Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Unscrambled Minds. Y'all know I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama. And we so excited. Tonight we got the Chief in the house, Chief Ali, going to knock y'all in the head with some real information. So let's get started.
Mayat, everybody. I'm Sister Sakina Ra.
And I'm Gemini the Goddess.
And I'm Daughters of the Sea. Happy to be back. Welcome, y'all. Happy Thursday.
Peace and love, everyone. I'm Dulcinea.
It's a beautiful Thursday night, y'all. I hope y'all enjoy yourselves. Welcome. Take your shoes off, let your hair down, take it off, put it to the side, and enjoy this ride tonight. I'm Nisha.
Dr. Ali, you want to go ahead on and introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to be speaking on tonight.
All right, peace, family. Dr. Ali in the building. My work on a daily basis is in a subject called nutrigenomics, which deals with how nutrition impacts the human genome and ways to solve those problems. I use different diagnostic techniques. One is DNA methylome sequencing, where I can look at your genes and tell based on what you're eating how it's affecting you. And so I've been doing that for quite some time. I've been in the health field for 22 years, and I'm an author also of health materials. And I also work in my organization with a medical association called the Aboriginal Medical Association. And we specialize in studying the genome and epigenome of indigenous people, African people, whatever terms you want to use. And because there's variance there, we give better recommendations on nutrition, supplements, interventions when people have to go to hospitals. And so, I'm ready to talk about evolution, human evolution. If we want to talk about evolution, I can too, which, there's differences in those two. And some of the misconceptions because of outdated material, sometimes it's somewhat conspiratorial. And I think that our people should have an opportunity to at least hear alternative thinking in the fields of biology, so that they can understand it and have confidence in making better choices. Because the same people who set up the framework for evolution usually have companies that work with medicine or investors, or it's a small circle when you start going there. So our people are making choices that might be detrimental to them because they don't understand biology. So I'm thankful for the panel inviting me, and I'm ready to dig in and learn something.
All right, I'm going to go with the first question. Do you believe in evolution? And the other question is, do you believe that we came from primates?
Caveat, I don't use the word believe just because it insinuates that I'm not going to use the best available knowledge to answer the question. It will probably be impulsive. No, I do not believe in evolution, and no, I do not believe we came from primates or that we are primates.
Thank you. Can I ask you why don't you?
The evidence and the proofs will not lead me to that conclusion. And I think the people who are led to that conclusion are that way just because of tradition, scientific tradition, more than actual scientific knowledge.
Okay. Sakina, you want to ask a question? Let it go around. You on mute, boo. You on mute, PK.
Okay, my first piece of question is, you say it's based off of tradition about that. How do you What do you mean when you say it's based off of tradition?
Science, like everything, is built off of the forerunners that came before the people who are present, and that can be a good thing or a bad thing. So tradition is when you are basing something that you're doing now because of your predecessors doing it. And so one of the main flawed traditions of science in the fields of evolution and human evolution is natural selection from Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin was a co-founder of those concepts. It was another man named Alfred Wallace, who most people don't know, who did way better work in the field. But natural selection entails principles that are outdated and are non-scientific, like going to a cold climate and your skin changing, or not having, since we have genetics now, if you have that tradition, not using a genetic explanation for how that phenomenon would take place, requiring therefore belief that is etched in scientific tradition, as opposed to having well established knowledge to explain a phenomena like that.
So let's mute.
Okay. And I'm sorry. And then when you say you do natural genetics, looking for the genes and how it affects you, and if you say you do that to trying to heal, is that like a healing process, or are you just doing
Oh
that?
no, that's it's called nutrigenomics.
Okay, nutrigenomics.
Right. It's how food affects your genome.
All right. So my question was, and you saying with the food, is that a process to heal? That's what I'm asking. Are you using it?
You can heal, or you can get worse depending on what you're doing. Yes.
Okay, and you're going to further explain that as we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions that anybody has about that, or how food impacts the genome, I can answer those questions. That's what I do every day.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Gemini.
Okay, no, that was the same question that I had. Were you going to further explain about how food affects our genome? And were you going to use some examples, or did you bring some examples and stuff like that for us to be able to
I can
see?
use some examples.
Okay.
Got some feedback from somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, so a good example is somebody needs to mute their mic. I don't know who it is. All right, so a good example is an enzyme called aromatase. Aromatase is an enzyme found in milk. It's found in soy, right? And so what that particular enzyme does is it increases a hormone called estradiol. Estradiol is given the common term estrogen. All right. And so women have 3 natural estrogens and 1 synthetic estrogen. The synthetic estrogen is estradiol, and it's carcinogenic. And so if you drink a lot of milk, anybody on this panel, most of you highly likely are lactose intolerant. And if you are going to eat some soybeans, then that aromatase is going to affect your hormones. Now, what that is going to do to you in a basic format is your PMS, premenstrual syndrome, might heighten because of the intake of those 2 substances. And if you relieve yourself of those substances for about 30 to 40 days, what you'll find out is that those symptoms go away because the food is no longer having an enzymic hormonal impact on the cells that are in the uterus, the ovum, the ovaries, and all of the female reproductive organs. So food can impact how cells operate, what proteins they make, all types of physiology. And so if you want to remove your PMS and you don't want your menstruation to go 7 days, maybe you want it to go 2 days, then there are things that you can do to impact that through nutrition.
Interesting. I agree with that assessment. Interesting that you know that. Very, very
I have to know
interesting.
that. I have to know that.
You good, Gemini? Okay. Hi, Dr. Ali. How are you?
I'm great, sister. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Okay, so my question also kind of falls under evolution, I guess, in a way, right? Because my question has everything to do with sickle cell anemia, right? So I was born with sickle cell anemia in 1978. Okay. I like to say I'm a walking, talking, living testimony to what good foundational herbs, bitters, do for the soul. I grew up with a Caribbean grandmother in the projects of Harlem, right? So I often get when people look at me, they will tell me, oh, you don't look like you have sickle cell anemia, because I guess the image of sickle cell anemia often is yellowing of the eyes, is a lot of crises, X, Y, and Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really interested when Gemini was asking you specifically about things to take, right? It kind of falls in line with where I'm going with this question. So there was a very interesting moment that happened when you began to talk about how sickle cell anemia came to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was a little bit unclear on your position, to be honest, right? Because on the one hand, I heard something about antibiotics, and what is things to take, things to eat that helps with the, I guess, reproduction of your red blood cells, right? Those green leafy vegetables and stuff like that. But then on the other hand, I also know that really isn't what causes sickle cell anemia. So I just wanted to get clarity on your position about what causes sickle cell anemia. And then what is your understanding, or what is your belief in terms of the prevailing theory about how sickle cell anemia came to be?
Okay. All right. So in that conversation, I guess we were referring to the last conversation I had on Sonetta, and I was having an exchange with, I don't know the sister's name, but she mentioned antibiotics. That wasn't something that I would mention ever as a remedy for anything.
That was Sister Nepal.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nepal. And so we got on the question of sickle cell because the conversation was on mutations. And so I introduced the idea of primary cause of disease and then disease progression, which are not the same thing. Pathology deals with where does something first come from, and then how does it continue to exist. And so by me introducing the idea that a pathogen could be the primary cause of sickle cell, she disagreed. And I phrased the conversation with a simple thing for people to understand. Whenever you have a disease, you have how it affects the genome or the epigenome. And you have something called horizontal transfer, and you have something called vertical transfer. Vertical transfer is what you get from your parents. So everyone has to have a mother and a father, and you can inherit things from your mother and your father. But that's not the most important part of the disease itself. We have to also know, how did this get into the human population? Because if we have that knowledge of how it gets into the human population, then we will also know that even if we get rid of it, it can come back if it was a horizontal transfer. And sickle cell is initially a horizontally transferred pathological disease. It comes from pathogens entering into the body and altering the genome. So that was what our argument was about. And so what I was trying to say to the sister was that it came as horizontal transfer from pathogens, and then it can be transferred also vertically. And not only that, what is not known is even if your parents don't have it, you can get it because it is a horizontally transferred disease. It is not just a vertically transferred disease. And so that was the origin story. And so y'all, all of us know.
Ali, I'm sorry. Say that last piece again. You said that in order for a child to be born with sickle cell, the disease, not the trait, we're talking about the full disease. Did you just say that a child can get it even if both their parents don't have it?
If neither parent has it, yes. If neither parent has it, a person, it don't have to be a child, it could be a grown person that comes up with sickle cell. Yes.
Oh, okay. No, Dr. Ali.
I mean, you can say no, and I can say yes, but then
no,
that's
a hereditary blood.
That is a statement. Now we have to back it with science.
Right.
And so that's what I'm here to do. I don't tell anybody no until I can disprove them, or I can prove my point very easily, and this goes to show. Okay, and I can ask a question to the floor or to you. Have you ever had a doctor explain to you the genomic sequence of sickle cell, and what is it?
When you say the genomic sequence, can I just
genomic sequence, meaning that we have 4 nucleotides in our genome. There are only 4, right?
I'm aware.
And so with those 4, when you add up the letters for sickle cell, what is the difference between the healthy genomic code that produces a red blood cell versus sickle cell? And then once you get that answer and you understand the 5 types of mutations, then you will entertain what I'm telling you, because it's known.
Okay, so I'm open to that conversation, of course, Dr. Ali, right? But from what and I could be wrong, I'm not a scientist. This is your lane, right? And so I want you to understand that I genuinely mean no harm in this conversation, right? It's just really and truly pushback, right? Because I'm really trying to get to the root of what you're saying. So my understanding is for anyone, for someone to be okay. So let me give you an example. Like in my family, right? I'm the only person on both sides of the family that was born with sickle cell disease. Not the trait, the disease. We know the trait is what, 1 out of 13 now of of people of quote unquote African descent that have.
When you say trait, explain to the audience what that means.
Your carrier, SC. So there's certain. Wait, let me just finish my thought, just because I don't want to get confused. Okay. Okay. So I'm the only one in my family that has the full disease. Pardon me. Okay, on both sides of the family. Up until that point, right? Because of newborn screening, like I think now for the younger generation, y'all can tell me if this is right or wrong because my kids are kind of older now, but they have something called like newborn screening where every newborn is now tested for like those 12 or 13 hereditary blood disorder, sickle cell being one of them. And so because I was born in 78, my mom, who was 18 years old at the time, I was diagnosed at 2 months old. Again, never heard sickle cell anemia before, a day in her life, wasn't really clear on what that meant, right? Until I was born and I was diagnosed at 2 months. So my understanding is that in order for a child to be born with the full disease, your parents have to be a carrier of one of those traits, right? So sickle cell, it's either SC, SS, and then you have beta sickle cell, beta thalassemia. There's different variations of it. But my understanding is that both your parents, right? It's a hereditary blood disorder.
Okay.
So if it's hereditary, you got to get it from somewhere.
Right. And this is why, yes, ma'am. This is why I started my conversation off the way that I did about horizontal gene transfer and vertical gene transfer, because I know you can bring every doctor who is Black in America on this panel, and they will be ignorant of what I'm saying, even though it's well known in the field of biochemistry and biology. So what's happening here is that you are hearing some information for the first time that is normalized in white circles and Asian circles, but our people just don't, they don't understand what's being said to them. So let's just, I have to break this down like I'm talking to
Layman's terms. Yeah, for sure.
Make it simple.
Yeah.
The human population was not born with sickle cell.
Right.
That's something that developed. And so now you just have to ask some very prodding scientific questions. If we weren't born with cancer from the beginning of our existence, if we weren't born with all of these diseases, where did they come from? They come from things in our environment. That's how they get to a parent who can pass it to a child. All right, that's 1 + 1 = 2. So that's telling you that none of us are inborn with disease in the sense of our lineage. Our lineage developed into having disease from things in their environment. So with that being said, that is the scientific explanation for the origin of not only sickle cell, but every disease being horizontally transferred into your DNA, into your epigenome, into wherever, what's going on into your body. So with that being said, we as a people need to look at disease differently now. Mm-hmm. We have to. And this goes to show the extreme level of ignorance that is in the population when it comes to biology. So with that being said, yes, your mama and your daddy can pass diseases on to you and sickle cell traits and all kinds of things. However, because of what sickle cell actually is, it does not have to come from your mama and your daddy. The only thing that needs to happen is some type of environmental trigger needs to cause the genome to go into the same sequence. And I'm telling you that y'all gonna have to study, because that can be done very easily. Just like the first person who got sickle cell, who was getting it from the mosquitoes and the pathogens, who was causing a specific type of mutation that's called a missense mutation. All right. You can look it up. It's point mutations are one of the 5 types of biological mutations. And within point mutations, you have 3 types. All right. Silent, missense, and nonsense. And so this is a missense mutation. And a missense mutation is a mutation where you have a codon, 3 letters of the code. It could be any one of the ACTG or U, 3 letters of the code, and one of those letters change. Once that letter changes, specifically, we got echo going on here. Again, once that letter changes, then now what's going to happen in your body is that code is going to code for another amino acid. All right. And so let's use sickle cell as the example. What shift is happening? You go from an adenine nucleotide to a thymine nucleotide. Adenine is a purine nucleotide. And I know I'm talking science, and y'all gonna have to take notes when I come into a building, because this is class. This is not a normal place. You know what I mean? So the adenine is there. It gets switched to a thymine, from a purine to a pyrimidine. When that switch occurs, now you're going to get a whole nother amino acid, specifically valine, which takes and changes the context of the red blood cell from having great structural integrity to folding over. That's why they call it a sickle, because the cell actually concaves over.
It's a shape, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So now you got, and you mentioned the different variances on how that can happen. Mm-hmm. All right. Because now that the amino acid is changed, you're going to have downstream effects, which means that now we're building a protein, hemoglobin, but now it's going to be built differently. It's like I'm in a house and we have a specific way that we have to build this house. If an architect makes a mistake and we're building 10 of these houses, house 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are not going to be as strong because we didn't follow the same architectural plan, right? And so that's what happened in your blood. But what I'm trying to say is that can happen from your parents, and that can happen from pathogens too. So,
all right, thank you. I'll land my plane there. That's what I don't want to take.
And we can go into great detail about this stuff. I'm never ready until people start talking and we can pull up stuff and we can review things and
For sure.
we can go into this conversation. But that's not the most important part. The most important part is, okay, after that switch of the nucleotide, what do we need to do to get the original nucleotide back into the sequence? Because the body can do that. All right. And so what you can start doing your research on is something called TET enzymes, TET enzymes. And that is 10-11 translocation enzymes. These are DNA repair enzymes. Your body makes them, but with the condition that we're under as far as food, stress, water, just environment not necessarily being the healthiest, we have to engineer that environment around us in order to get our body to make more of these things. And it's just one of many, but that's a very important one I'm mentioning for your research. Because what that one will do is it will bring in the adenine back into the frame shift, and it will excise out the thymine. Your DNA can cut letters out and paste letters back in order for you to heal. All right. And that just requires the knowledge on how that is done. And these studies are, all around us, and they're happening. People comment on why I look so young. The reason why I look young at 48, I can still dunk a basketball, I can still run track, is because I know this information. That's the only reason. There is no other reason,
All right. Go ahead, Dulcie. You got it. Or is it Nisha? I'm not sure which.
Dulcinea. Okay, Nisha, I guess you're going to have to go for your turn because I don't know, maybe her phone went out or... Okay.
I think I'm gonna pass this go around right quick. Go ahead, Sister Freedom, and I'll jump back in a few.
Okay, no problem. And when Dulcie comes in, she can have her turn right after mine if she comes in. I want to get back to this evolution, okay? Because if it goes all over the place, I'm gonna go. I want to start another conversation. As far as evolution is concerned, I agree with you when you say that we are doing the go along, get along thing with what's his name?
Charles Darwin.
Yeah, who actually, from my understanding, stole the information or plagiarized it. And then, from what I was reading, and now it just seems like he's getting all the credit for this big, out of shape, unnecessary lie. When you say that you don't agree with being primates, is it because we are being categorized with animals that look like monkeys, and that it is like a racist situation that we were even put in that particular order?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I don't bring my emotions to science. So what people feel has nothing to do with what we have to review as evidence.
No. I'm saying I know that it is an unproven fact. You know what I'm saying? Theory. Okay, an unproven theory. But what I'm trying to ask you is, so you're saying that it's not what you believe or your feelings about it. You have actual information that's going to tell us why you feel as though it just can't be.
Right. And all we have to do is go back to the taxonomy. All right. The taxonomy is how scientists, mainly during the 18th century, developed order and structure for describing biological organisms. All right. And so let me start pulling some stuff up because I don't want this to be talking and people just...
And wait a minute. I'll let me make the screen smaller so in case I don't know where Dulcinea is.
Let me see if I can present a few things, because I don't want people just to be saying, he's just talking. He's just talking. All right.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You just talking. You just talking. This sickle cell thing, we're gonna have to come back to that. That's
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I promise you, I'm
that's a
not just
little
talking. This is just
outrageous.
new information for people who've never heard it before.
Yeah.
It might be offensive for various reasons. I'm used to this, so it doesn't bother me that people don't agree with me, because what has to happen is this is not this is an opportunity to study, possibly for those who want to study beyond this live, and for other people they're going to have their varying opinions, and I'm okay with that. I'm trying to figure out though, just on the important part, I want to share my screen in this.
You still echoing, Gemini.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah, this is gonna prevent me from having a whole basic, back and forth conversation if my phone.
You're not supposed to. You're only supposed to talk when it's your turn to talk. That's why.
Yeah, but I'm just saying in general, even then, it's gonna,
You have to mute. You have to control it with your finger.
Yeah, that's wild tonight. I think somebody done put some juju on some stuff around this mug.
Huh?
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Weird. Kind of weird.
Yay.
But
I got questions.
I'm just gonna pull up taxonomy so people
my mic don't never act up.
But it is
Pull up
tonight.
taxonomy.
Yeah. Because it wasn't allowing me to share my screen. At least my files, my actual files.
And respectfully, Dr. Ali or Chief, what would you like us to call you? What would you like?
Ali, just Ali.
Okay, I like that. Okay, so Ali, I just want you to know that while you're pulling up your source, that especially from this crew, for the most part, don't take it as pushback or don't take it as not believing. It's a conversation, right? And it's not even so much of people not being learned or being ignorant, right? It's a conversation because people have questions. So it's kind of dangerous sometimes to assume that people are ignorant of a topic, or that people don't know a topic, or that people are not studying, right? So when I'm just speaking, and so I'm speaking for Dots right now. So if I ask you a question, that's where my intent, honestly, is I'm really trying to understand. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I agree.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right. So, all right. Oh, I got it now. I can share internet, my internet files. So let me do that. I'll do it like that because they won't let me share my other files. But all right. So y'all see this right here? Are y'all able
Right.
to see?
It's on the screen now.
Okay. So this is where we are. And so this is general taxonomy. All right. Developed by Linus. And here we are with the aspects of biology that describe primates, hominids, Homo, and then now the current species, Homo sapiens. And so this is where my personal disagreement comes in at, because we are now describing what could be considered the most advanced mammal family on the earth. All right. And so when you look at primates in the sense of description, then you are looking at what they determine us as with the great ape family, all humans, all past humans, who would be various types of hominids, Neanderthals, Denisovans, all of these. All right. And so the disagreement I have with this classification is biological. And the reason I disagree with it biologically is because what they're showing here is variation, but variation through upward progression. All right. And variation through upward progression only means that we're here as the, let's call it superior biology, And then as we walk backwards, we're walking to less advanced biologies, various Homo habilis, Heidelbergensis, etc. All the way to Australopithecus afarensis, Sahel, Chadensis, and then primates, now including the great ape family. Now, when we go to biology and we understand it, since y'all see that now, let me take that off. When we understand it, this is why I mentioned natural selection being a problem. Because you cannot get more advanced from less advanced, but you can get less advanced from more advanced, biologically speaking. All right. And we have to engage this conversation so we can talk about it. One of the things that you will get in human evolution is the conversation of a missing most recent common ancestor. Say, for instance, us and the great ape family, orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees. In science, you will get a conversation saying we have a common ancestor with them in our phylogeny. But the common ancestor is not here, but we both are here. Okay, so obviously we would have branched off. Chimps, gorillas went that way. We went this way. The common ancestor is extinct. They're not here. We don't have any evidence of them. And so let's look at biology where we could see that on a molecular and genomic level. I mentioned that we have 5 types of mutations. These 5 types of mutations prove that natural selection makes no sense. All right. The first one is germline mutations. We were just talking about germline mutations just now. Sickle cell is a germline mutation, meaning it develops in the child from the parents in the womb of the mother and is passed down. And so that mutation, an example would be what causes it? A man's sperm getting weak because he drank so much alcohol that it caused mutations in his sperm. All right. And that sperm now meets the egg and it causes some disease in the child. Or the mother being on birth control and it having epigenetic impact on her ovum. And she could pass down fertility issues to a daughter. Germline mutation, that's one. Somatic mutations. Somatic mutations are mutations in a specific group of cells. Let's say a father has a bad liver. That means that there are breaches in the genome in the liver. It doesn't mean necessarily that there are breaches in the sperm. So he could conceive a child, no breaches in the sperm, no germline mutations, but his own liver or pancreas or heart or something is impacted. And so somatic mutations are localized to the person who is experiencing them. All right. Then we have chromosomal mutations. Chromosomal mutations are deletions, insertions, additions to the chromosomes. An example would be if we're going to use Down syndrome. Down syndrome is something called trisomy, where the 21st chromosome, instead of having 2 chromosomes, you have 3. And that addition of that, those pieces of a chromosome now distort protein synthesis in the child. So we got germline, somatic, and chromosomal. I'm gonna save the one I want for last. That's the best. Frame shift mutations. Frame shift mutations are when we add in an extra nucleotide, right? And let's say we have a whole sequence of letters that are going to make different proteins, proline, glutamine, etc. And it's going to lead to a product for fingernails or hair. If we add one letter, we shift the whole frame. So now when the code is being read, if it was CAA and you put a U in, the first code is going to be UCA now instead of CAA. So it's going to shift which amino acids are being made. And so now the hair is not going to come out kinky and black. It could come out red and straight because of that frame shift mutation. And lastly, and most importantly, when it comes to this whole subject of whether we're primates or not and natural selection, we have point mutations. Point mutations come in three parts: silent mutations, missense, and nonsense. And it is the missense that we can focus on when we start dealing with primates, because now we have to ask a question. How are you getting more advanced from less advanced? You can't. You cannot. And so let's look at the grade 8 family or any one of the hominids that we have. And I'll pull up another source because they often deal with skulls, right? They'll say Neanderthal skull looks a certain way, and then Homo sapiens started cooking food, eating more protein, and now our frontal lobe has a high arc, and it changed our skull morphology because we got more intelligent than the Neanderthals and the Denisovans and the Heidelbergensis and the Homo habilis. So I'm going to show you how that makes no sense. Let's see if I can pull up this slide and I can go through this, because we're dealing with morphology now in biology. All right, let's look at it. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to make this very easy for you to understand. And I'm going to show you the difference between Black people and all other people and why we are coming up against so many problems when it comes to us getting information disseminated to us in biology correctly. And I think from my position, it is because of the genes that we have, and no one wants us to understand how we should be approaching using these things. All right. Are you able to see my screen?
No.
No? Okay.
Now it is.
Okay, you seeing it? All right, great.
Yeah.
All right, so you'll see here, this is supposed to be us, right? And then we have predecessors, all right? Heidelbergensis, Homo erectus, and you have branches, all right? And so this is our direct line, meaning that all of these before us are now extinct, and they've only been gathered as fossils. So that means that you don't have any DNA for any of these. Homo erectus, no DNA. Ergaster, no DNA. Habilis, no DNA. Rudolfensis, no DNA. The only DNA we have are Denisovan, Homo sapiens, and Neanderthals. And we also have, what's most importantly, some people walking around with Homo sapien DNA, Denisovan DNA, and Neanderthal DNA. Therein starts the lie being uncovered. Because when you go to species in taxonomy, one of the rules of species is if you are the same species, then you can produce children. If you are not the same species, you won't be able to produce children. Or if you do, they will be infertile. So now in our classification systems, and I'm going to walk my way back to primate, there's no such thing as a Neanderthal. It makes no sense to call them Denisovans and Neanderthals if we have proof that there was admixture and mating. Which means that Denisovan is not a separate species from Homo sapien. It's the same species. But why are we focusing on the variation? Because this species is showing signs of pathological disease that are at a higher rate than Homo sapien. So is Neanderthal. So is Heidelbergensis. So is Homo erectus. How do we know that they're showing these similar pathological disease states? Let me show you. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you a person who's alive now with this same type of skull. The skull is not a sign that we have a different species. The skull is a sign that we have microcephaly and other disorders in Homo sapien populations going all the way back millions and millions of years. So the proposal is we're not primates, we're not hominids, we're not these different things. We are different variations of Homo sapiens, and the variation is based on whether we are healthy or not, literally, and we can show you. So let me go to my next one. All right. All right. All right. So this is a boy right here. And as soon as it comes up, y'all let me know.
It's on the screen.
Okay. So
I saw him on YouTube.
Yeah. He's a cool little dude, right?
Yeah.
But he has mutations in 7 genes that cause this condition, and it's called microcephaly. All right, and there's different types of microcephaly according to the mutations. But what I'm saying this is, think about this. His mother is African. She's a Homo sapien. She had a child. The child was left out into a world without technology. He was eating grass, which is dangerous because you get enzymes in the grass, enzymases that can alter your protein structure. All right. He wasn't getting enough protein, which you can see as a child. This is why I tell people don't try to give your pre-puberty children to be plant-based totally, because you're going to generationally alter their structure in a way that's dangerous. So this child is not Cro-Magnon, Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis. This child is a Homo sapien with a genetic disease disorder. And so what I'm trying to propose to our people is that, and I gotta qualify myself. I really don't care about the scientific world because I know they don't care about me, and they already know this information. I'm not going to go teach a bunch of liars the truth. They already know this information. But for my people, we're proposing that they look at the science and understand why these deceptive tactics are being proposed to them. This child is a Homo sapien with disorders. And we can go through the Homo sapien population and find disorders. So now when we walk ourselves all the way back to the primate family, these are also diseased Homo sapiens. And now we have to add in factors in the geologic record, which is why I mentioned Alfred Wallace. Alfred Wallace is the other proposer of the evolutionary theory. And I don't agree with the theory, but he made some very important points about geology and cataclysms. Cataclysm meaning environmental things that impact the morphology and biology of organisms. And we have had several major cataclysms in our past that are documented The most important being the 9 magnetic pole shifts that are recorded on the seafloors. And when these events happen, if you are not in the right place, you will and your lineage will suffer from whatever is going on that's dangerous in that area. And we have had that happen to Homo sapiens sapiens. So what I am proposing to the world is there's only been an original stock of kinky-haired, brown-skinned people on this earth, and there were man and woman-made events and natural events that cause changes in our morphology. And one of the major changes is we got people with a skin disease that we now consider normal in our horizontal gene transfer and vertical gene transfer. That's why I started out with that. Being pale is not normal, even though it has become normalized, just like sickle cell is not normal, but it's been vertically descended down the line, so it still exists. And so we can look at the biochemical pathways to prove that both are diseases, sickle cell and pale skin, and we can show what needs to happen in order to handle it. That's a whole nother subject. But what I am proposing is that no, we are not primates. Primates are not natural to this planet. The only species and order should be Homo sapiens in that progression. And my whole life, the rest of my life, the studies, the experiments, all the stuff that I do is dedicated towards this subject because I'm standing that the science is sound enough for us to continue to prove it, and that natural selection is erroneous. That nobody developed from no primitive common ancestor at all. That did not happen.
Well, they don't know what the common ancestor is anyway. They don't know what it is, so I don't know how they can say that we all have a common ancestor.
Mythical.
That's his nature.
It's like saying, the tooth fairy brought the gift for the tooth.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But Sakina, I think you're next with the question.
All right, I just wanted to lay that down, and then
thank you, Dr. Ali. Thank you so much for that.
I'm glad you brought that that photo because I don't know if that was Jacques Cousteau or you Cousteau, but evolution is real. Evolution is real. But when you said something about some skin disorders are real, it made me think about I got eczema. And when you said the thing about pale skin, I didn't think that deep. But I thought about the eczema and cirrhosis and things like that, right? When you say that kind of stuff, because eczema shouldn't be a problem, right? And when I developed asthma, because I'm gonna say I developed it, because I developed it at 6, or maybe that's when they noticed it. Right, and I have asthma, and eczema and asthma go hand in hand, right? So sickle cell was something different. I don't know how you can just develop sickle cell, because that's blood cells when one crosses out one and one eats out one. I had a friend that died of sickle cell, and so when those cells get to clotting up because one eating up the other, and then you say you just developed that, or you can just get that, like I developed asthma. That's kind of like mind-blowing to me. And I listen to you describe that, but I don't get it like that. I can't understand it to that same point because I'm an asthmatic, and I've been controlling my asthma for the last 15 years. And I just stopped smoking 6 years ago, and I still haven't had an asthma attack in 15 years. But sickle cell is a whole big different thing. So when you described it again, I'm saying I didn't understand it like that. So that's might have, because she have it, but I didn't. So I'm asking you again, can you kind of break that down a little more for me?
I'll show you. I'll show you some physical things. I think that the physical parts will help. All right. So let me pull up some stuff. All right.
I appreciate that, OTK. It is different. But again, when you got eczema and you have asthma, and then you talking about sickle cell, and we talking about bloods clotting up, we talking about pain. My friend was in pain all the time. And
that's the effect.
Eczema is a lot of pain all the time. And I know sickle cell is a whole lot of pain and discomfort, and it can, and just like when I run out of breath, and it puts me on machines and giving me all this stuff, and sometimes I shake profusely after I take this medication, and I'll be in the hospital for days and carrying on. And you know what I'm saying? I remember one time going to the cab, and it was so windy outside, I had to turn around, and I was crying because I fell in the door and had to get a towel and put over my face. You right? Just to get in the cab, because $500 for an ambulance was serious at that time for me, you know? And so just saying that, just to quit smoking, and I was smoking cigarettes up until the, you know what I'm saying? For that, just to control that on my own. And then quit smoking. I haven't smoked a cigarette in 6 years. So to control that on my own. And we talking about sickle cell. I had a friend that died. I'm just speaking to you because I'm trying to go with what you're saying, because you know what you're talking about. I'm not taking that from you. I'm just asking you because I don't know. And I want to understand.
Yes, I understand. I understand.
Okay. I just want to understand what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Disease is a real thing, and it's intense. It's taken many of our family members. And some of us have experienced things that are very challenging. And so what I want to do is go through the science so I can tell people what's happening, because at the end of the day, that is the most important part, is that we have to have successful interventions. All right. And that's a part of my whole story why I'm doing this, because I saved my own mother, who wouldn't have been here to see the 6 grandchildren that I gave her, because 26 years ago, they wrote her off to be dead. And anybody who knows me knows I told the story so many times. She had 4 types of cancer. It metastasized 4 times. And at the time, I was in college, in undergrad at Temple University, and everybody else wrote her off to die, and I was able to save her in 6 months. And so, but it took knowledge to save her. And so let me go, because I'm about to share some knowledge with y'all.
And Dr. Ali, I'm so sorry. Dulcinea didn't get a chance to get her question. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I mean, you want me to address this question?
No. I just want to make sure Dulcinea had an opportunity to ask you a question before,
No. Let it go around. After the next round is fine, and then
I'm
gonna share your screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna show her the mutation type I'm talking about, and then I'm gonna go to sickle cell and show that. And so we can kind of resolve that, at least from the scientific standpoint of what's happening here. All right, so.
Okay. I ain't doesn't I think I forgot about her.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so once my screen starts sharing, let me know y'all can see this.
It's up now.
Okay. All right, so we have a gene code here. And you see CAT going all the way across. These are how codons are read. So that's cytosine, adenine, thymine. All right. And it's going to keep going. All right. And it's producing this particular amino acid.
Right.
Now, if you change one letter, right here you see the CATs, but then you change one letter. This is guanine. Instead of getting this histamine, you're going to get this arginine. And when that changes, that's going to change the end product, which is a protein. And all of our tissues are made of protein, including our blood. So this is what you call a missense mutation, point mutation. And this is what is happening in sickle cell. Something as simple as changing one letter will cause all of that inflammation, all of that sickling, all of that stuff going on. So now let me stop this share and go to another screen real quick so we can go over what exactly is missing in sickle cell. All right. And give me a minute because I'm using the internet instead of my files because I can't show my files. So I'm pulling this stuff up as I go. All right. So zoom in a little bit. All right. But I have these files in my history. So I deal with this so much. All right. All right. So here we go. Let's share this one on sickle cell. Okay. What is sickle cell anemia? Sickle cell anemia is an inherited blood disorder in which red blood cells develop abnormally. All right. Sickle cell anemia is caused by a mutation. We're going over our 5 types now. In a gene called the hemoglobin beta, located on chromosome 11. So let's scroll down. Now, what's happening in this HBB gene? It codes for hemoglobin. Now, keep this in mind. HBB gene is not coding alone. There's not one gene code that singly codes for anything, but it's the primary one. So we do using very basic knowledge. The HBB gene codes for the hemoglobin, a protein in the red blood cells that carries oxygen around the body. A mutation in HBB results in a change in one of the bases in the DNA sequence from an A to a T. We talked about this earlier. Adenine to a thymine.
Right.
This then changes the amino acid in the hemoglobin, the blood protein, from glutamic acid to valine. This causes the body to produce a new form of hemoglobin called HbS, which behaves very differently to regular hemoglobin. All right. And it's going to keep going. So what's the difference now? The difference is how much oxygen it can carry, which changes the pH. Oxygen makes the blood alkaline and it makes the blood bounce off of each other. They bounce like because of the negative charge that is on the red blood cell. The red blood cells are repelling like magnets, but that makes them flow better. With sickle cell, and let me qualify this, sickle cell and all iron deficiencies. The blood cell turns acid and it begins to fold and stick together and clot. And with that activity going on, here we go with the response physiologically to pain, inflammation because of the lack of circulation and because red blood cells are not supposed to be clumping together.
Okay, now can I ask a question?
Ask any question you want. Go ahead.
All right. Now, is it because of the iron deficiency that caused the sickle cell?
No, it's the gene. The iron deficiency is a symptom because of the mutation. You can't get more iron and oxygen on the blood either way because now you have a mutated red blood cell. So now you got less iron, less oxygen, and the oxygen chelates to the iron, which is, what's being taken to throughout the body in order to cause cellular respiration in all the cells. The red blood cell is the catalyst for cellular respiration because it's taking oxygen to all the cells, and it has to have iron, to do that because the oxygen is chelating to the iron.
So it had nothing to do with the blood in general at all. It just can develop just through one The hemoglobin was affected in order for all of this to be caused?
Yes. The gene caused the hemoglobin to be synthesized improperly. The mutation caused it, and therefore you got the cascade of low iron, low oxygen, then inflammation, poor circulation, blood clotting. You're just going to keep going. You just keep going and going and going and going with the symptoms.
But the clotting I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it. I'm sorry.
That's my last question then. So the hemoglobin, is that caused through diabetes and sugar?
In this scenario, this is caused through a mutation.
Okay. That's my last
question. Diabetes and the sugar are external things that can add on symptomatic problems.
Okay.
It's inherited. Sickle cell is inherited.
That's what I'm trying to.
Sickle cell and diabetes and high blood pressure. You can environmental factors, nutritional factors can cause diabetes, hypertension, and all that stuff. That's why I'm trying to get clarity. But if you have a child that's born with sickle cell anemia, the basic definition is that it is inherited, right?
Right. But I'm trying to figure out, does the parent have to have diabetes or anything of that cause in order for you to end up developing sickle cell, without you just saying that you just developed or you just gained sickle cell? I'm just trying to draw.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, I can help you. The problem here is the same problem we have in evolution. And it's something that happens to humans when they get labels for a thing. And once they get the labels for a thing, if there's misunderstanding and they don't know how to reclassify because of the source of the information and what's functioning, then they're going to stay with the classification. All right. So here we go again. If we're not primates, let's talk about why. Okay, we did that. If sickle cell has multiple causes outside of vertical gene transfer, then what we have is a problem with classification, not caused by me, caused by a medical association who makes these classifications that we accept based on our agreement to accept it. What I'm saying to you is I don't accept it. The reason why I don't accept it is because of the knowledge that is here. Now, what I'm describing here, as far as this mutation that I'm showing you, I can show you that missense mutation can happen multiple ways, and it does happen multiple ways. And so we label it sickle cell. The only reason it's called sickle cell is because of the shape of the cell. We could call it severe iron deficiency. And guess what? Once we start dealing with what it actually is, oxygen and iron deficiency and a mutation, then we could throw in other things that cause mutations in the red blood cell, because sickle cell is the label that we're using is not the only thing that can cause these mutations in a red blood cell and a gene code. It is not. Like it's so ridiculous to think that not for people here, for scientists. And this is how I know scientists don't think that. They work for people who tell them this is what you have to put out to the public, because we're educating them through a social engineering experiment, and we want them to think a certain way, and we want them to not think a certain way. And the not way that we want them to think is with well-rounded knowledge. So the question on the floor is, how is sickle cell caused? Is it just vertical transfer, or is it vertical and horizontal transfer? And the answer is so simple. Genes can be impacted vertically and horizontally. As a matter of fact, we would never have sickle cell if there was not a horizontal transfer to cause the HBB gene to go into a missense mutation. You cannot get humans coming from their origin with all these diseases. It's so simple.
Okay, my last question, for real. Can you explain vertical and horizontal transfer?
Sure, I can use the if I'm allowed, the COVID-19 stuff that's going on, right? Okay, so you could not have ever had that disease, C19, right? If you went and you took the shot, that is horizontal gene transfer of a lipid nanoparticle that is attached to mRNA that goes through an intracellular chelation factor, which means that you have 4 ways for something to get inside of a cell. When something is tied to a fat, it goes through the membrane without permission. That's why they use Robert Malone to make the lipid nanoparticle. It's intracellular receptor chelation. There's only 3 other types. All right. So with that being said, you never had C19. Once you get that inside your body, that is inserted through a needle. Now you are making the spike protein that is C19. You got that put inside your body. So now that gene mutation, guess what? You can pass that down to your children now. This is happening around us a lot. And so what I'm saying to any of us is that's an example of horizontal gene transfer that can now become vertical gene transfer. And we could go on and on any other types of things that are interventions that affect the genome or the epigenome and how things are getting passed down. So if you took the shot, you have that mRNA inside of your body. That is the AUG codon, methionine, with a synthetic messenger RNA attached to it. And I can test you and point it right out in the test to say, yes, you have this in your body. This is the AUG right here. And you are going to continue to make spike proteins until you disassemble that messenger RNA and the synthetic methionine from your body. So, yeah, that's an example of horizontal gene transfer. That's what I'm trying to say. You didn't get C19 from your parents and all of the ramifications of the spike protein, but guess what? You can get it now.
So anybody that had the COVID-19 shot, everybody else in danger?
Anybody who they have children with, if they produce children and they don't do something to chelate that particular genomic sequence out, yes, they will pass that down vertically to their children.
Gemini,
yes.
Yeah,
Gemini.
Gemini, please. Like, ask your question, Gemini.
Gemini, are you there?
Let me mute up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. Yeah, I'm just listening because he's bringing up slides from this for the sickle cell. So but let me just ask a question, I guess, while I got you here. So are you explaining multiple things right now, or just this one thing?
I'm answering questions,
Because
whatever
this
is given
seems
to me.
like
She asked for
lot.
an example of horizontal gene transfer, and so I gave her an example. If somebody asks me a question, I'm just addressing.
Okay, no, I'm talking about back to the sickle cell example or picture that you showed here on your, what is that, YG topics, about how sickle cell is what it looks like.
Okay.
So you were explaining that you were explaining just only that, but you were just explaining what a doctor would say if you went to a normal visit and let's say they, for the first time, the doctor told you, hey, you have sickle cell, and they said, well, what is sickle cell? You've just explained what, something very basic that the doctors would explain to a patient. So
no, that's not what I did. I used the information, and no doctor is telling you what nucleotide.
Afterwards,
No doctor is telling you what nucleotide is causing the mutation and going through the sequence of the amino acids. That doesn't happen at a doctor's visit. Don't do that.
He does tell you what the sequence and what is causing.
Okay, so we have someone who has
pictures of it.
We have someone here who has sickle cell anemia, and we want to be an honest conversation about your diagnosis. Has your doctor ever told you that the sequence is going to go from glutamic acid to valine and showed you the codon and which nucleotide switches which? Come on, y'all. Quit playing.
No, the doctor has not said it in those words. You're saying it in those words. The doctor
And that's why
much
I'm saying
simpler.
that your
They
analysis
use
of
much
what I'm
simpler
saying is way
jargon.
off. And the reason
Hold
why
on.
your analysis on what I'm saying is way off is because I'm using what you know to explain things on a greater level. I'm not. I could pull up my whole DNA software and start talking to you from my DNA software. What good would that do to help the audience understand certain things? So I'm using a basic pedagogy for people to understand some primary things. If you disagree with the way that I delivered the information, that's fine. If you have a question about what I said, then I'll answer.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you that that information is just a little overkill because again, if you're sitting here saying you're explaining to us, there's really only a few of us that are dealing with these blood diseases, right? There's myself, there's Dots, and maybe a person or two. Oh, Sakina has a person and one or two in the chat. So then you're explaining not only to them but to us too, and you have to make it make sense. So when you're using all these nucleotides and pesticides and
Because
the
you're gonna
pesticides
have
and all the
to you're
other
gonna
sides,
have to study.
that's also, hold on, that's not helping us out either, right? That's not
If you
helping me
don't
out.
feel like that I am teaching a way that helps you, then what I'm saying to you is, and I stated this in the beginning, I am going to make you study. If you don't want to study, I'm the wrong person for you, and you need to go seek information from someone else.
Okay, bet, steady. You said to study and to research, right? So play this video back. Make sure that what you're saying aligns with, and next time we meet up again, we got a lot of discussing to do, correct?
Absolutely. That's what I do. That's what, and that's why I'm thankful for the sister who bring me here, because I don't really do interviews like that on certain platforms. It's only people who I know that I would deliver information where our people are gathering, and I do understand that science is a discourse. It sometimes is a debate, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is, I've been doing it long enough to comfortably deliver the information to the best of my ability that I think is effective, and that's what I'm doing now. And so if it's overkill to you, I mean, I'm just who I am. Maybe, the next interviewer might be better to suit how you would like to deliver the information delivered. The only reason that I am delivering the information with these details is for you to go back and study. That's why.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dots, do you have a question?
Sure. I have a question. Okay. So let's talk solutions, right? So I know you I don't mean to assume, but I would assume that you are familiar with Henrietta Lacks, right? I mean, everyone, is everyone familiar? Cousins in the chat, I know y'all familiar with Henrietta Lacks, right? Okay. So we know with Henrietta Lacks, one of the things, of course, she went in, and you can correct me on this because this is your lane, okay, bro? But from how I'm phrasing this question, just bear with me, okay? So we know that she apparently had something like cervical cancer, right? And she was going in for treatment. She didn't know that they were going to use her, what's the word, y'all? Her
Cells.
stem cells.
Cells.
Yes. There you go. Right. Of course she had no clue. And what was special about Henrietta Lacks is that apparently they called it what was the name they called it? Ali Helix?
Yep, Helix.
Cell or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently hers it's like immortal, right? It was able to divide when I guess other cells that are I guess facing that would die off, right? And one of the how do I say, one of these solutions, if you will, or one of the cures that have been introduced when we're talking about sickle cell anemia, right, is the stem cell transplant. And so what I guess my question to you would be, what is your thoughts around that? I'm curious to hear your thoughts about the HeLa cells and what you think about the Henrietta Lacks story, X, Y, and Z, right? And then bring that full circle to today in terms of a solution. What do you think about the stem cell transplant? I know quite a few people that had a really severe sickle cell anemia, life or death, and that was really the only reason why they were approved to get the stem cell transplant. But it is a very invasive thing. I mean, it's like going through chemotherapy times 1,000 on top of the sickling of cells, right? So it's a very invasive process. It's a very long process to get. But that is one of the solutions right, that have been introduced by the medical community and scientists as a quote unquote cure for sickle cell, right? Now I have my cure, and we'll talk about that maybe another time, okay? But I'm just curious to hear, what is your thoughts about that?
Okay, so I mean, I didn't know we were going to talk about sickle cell tonight, but I've cured sickle cell several times. And so the next time I come on here, I want to bring the people who I have cured of sickle cell so we could talk to y'all about it. I mean, I thought we was talking about evolution, and you know, I was ready for evolution or whatever, but we could do that. I think that's important.
Sorry.
When it comes to Henrietta Lacks and what they discovered about her, all of us need to understand something. We all have what Henrietta Lacks has.
Okay.
We all have it. That's the secret. And so now what they were looking at in her body is her body's response to the cancer. And so now they were looking at T cells, B cells, and all of the various types of immune cells and the response of the enzymes, antibodies, etc., to that particular type of thing. At the time, this was new information. Now it's not new at all. And so essentially, depending on what words you want to use, indigenous people or African people's immune response to cancer. All right. Our immune response to cancer, when we have an environment where our immune cells, antibodies, and other enzymatic functions are at a level of healthy response, is that we can neutralize any cancer. And the reason we need to understand, there are 291 types of cancer that have been identified, but they all function on the same thing, and that is epigenetic switching, which means that for me to make this simple for you, all your genes have the same DNA, right? Same code. But how cells become diverse to become hair or skin or eyeball cell or fingernail cell or heart cell is these on-off switches. So you got the same stem cells, right? And those stem cells diversify based on something called methylation and on-off switches. And based on those on-off switches, I can make an eyeball cell, I can make a hair cell, I can make a tooth cell, I can make diversity in the cells. What cancer does is scrambles that diversity. And so what they found in Henrietta Lacks is the key to how that diversity is scrambled and how the body responds to heal that situation. We have more ammunition to heal that situation, and they have figured that out. This is why they can take some stem cells, coerce the stem cells to epigenetically turn on certain methylation factors and say, now we can take sickle cell or cancer or whatever else out of your body. But these are very expensive treatments and, very intense treatments. Here's the secret. You can do that yourself. That's what nutrigenomics and the field that I'm in is teaching people what to do. How do we turn on the on-off switches in genes to help heal a scenario? And in sickle cell, you only have one task. It's not like cancer. You only have one task. You have to change one of the base pairs, just one. And if you change that one base pair and heal that one base pair from a thymine back to an adenine, you go from the valine back to a simple glutamic acid, glutamine, which is also considered an antioxidant. So what I'm saying about stem cell treatment is you are a stem cell factory, but you can't make stem cells with PFASs in your water, which is a fluoridated chemical found in all municipal water. So what do you need? You need filters on your water or a house filtration system so that your water won't damage you. You need your cabinet in your kitchen full of foods that are healthy and not just popularly healthy, meaning, oh, let me go get me a kale wrap. You're making yourself sicker because now the kale is a goitrogen and somebody hasn't taught you how to prepare those things. So we wrote whole book textbooks. I got a 300 page textbook on recipe guides to quell trends that are out here. All right. And so now we got our nutrition in order. What about everything else? Our physical health. How are we exercising? We need to exercise in order to help these epigenetic factors and even to produce more stem cells. Stem cells are produced in the bone and the liver. You can't produce stem cells if your liver is full of glycogen from alcohol, sugar, cake, cookies, stress foods. And so now we have to have a system. What I'm saying is we already developed the system for Black people. And it's based on all of what we're saying here with great detail. And so when it comes to sickle cell, you can get a stem cell treatment if you want to, or you can learn the process of how to build stem cells up. In order to build stem cells up, you got to get your vitamin D. So you got to be in the sun or with the proper supplementation, because that is a part of the process. Vitamin D, magnesium, calcium interactions and ion channels, building up the bones so they can make stem cells. Go out and have a walk in the sun. Stop arguing with people. Arguing produces cortisol. Cortisol is a block to healing. It increases inflammation. So these are lifestyle things. And we could have been born with something and we can heal from something, whether it's something we acquired or something that we were born from, with systems. And so all I'm offering to my people is these particular systems. Henrietta Lacks is you. You are Henrietta Lacks. I promise you. Keep studying. You're going to find out you are her. You have the same things. We've been passing these gene codes down for trillions and millions of years, however long we've been here, and we have them. It's like having a treasure and going out to a jeweler to ask for jewels. And our problems are way more simple than we can imagine. We have the tools, literally walking around in our body. But the only separation is a lack of knowledge. And then the emotional sides of our trauma, because maybe we don't believe we can heal. Maybe we experience so much pain that, I don't want to listen to this. Who is this brother coming up here saying all these things I never heard before? However you're going to deal with it, it doesn't matter. You have to solve your problems. And solving your problems says you got to study, you got to apply. You have to do something, whether you listen to me or your doctor or whoever you are listening to. So that's my, point on Henrietta Lacks.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree with you. Delcy, you finally get your turn.
Yes, I have a question, and I know we definitely want to get into the science of mating, but I just have a question really quick. I know you brought up COVID and the jab, so I kind of want to just talk about those lipid nanoparticles and, people introducing that to cure certain skin cancers and everything. When you're introducing something on a cellular base or at the cell base like that, is that dangerous? Is that something that can help people as time goes along to switch those different cell patterns, or is it something that they don't really know what will happen once they introduce it to the body?
Well, on the positive side, we do this all the time with fat-soluble vitamins. Vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin. They're telling you that vitamin D is doing the same thing that Robert Malone did for the people who gave the spike protein. And what does that mean? Vitamin D3 controls over 1,200 genes. And how it does it is through an intracellular chelation. The fat allows it to slip right past the cell membrane, and it goes right down to the DNA and starts talking to the DNA. And vitamin D3 is a DNA repair hormone. It's not even a vitamin, it's a hormone. All right. And so we have these vitamin E, these different vitamins that are fat soluble that we eat and that we supplement. If we're getting healthy supplements, these can positively help our genome heal. All right. And then the negative side effect is if you're using products and toxins and vaccines that are also lipid based, these can get straight to your DNA too. And so now, what is the long-term impact of that? Well, we're seeing some of it, but because it's politically controversy, you're not supposed to talk about it. Or we follow the science. You know, how many times did Anthony Fauci tell us to follow the science, and he followed himself right into talking in so many lies and circles. So yes, it can be used for a positive or a negative, you know, in as far as treatment is concerned, or just maintenance of nutrition. And once we know that, yo, we could do a lot with that. That tells you also why you taking vitamin D3 pills. That makes no sense. The vitamin D3 should be inside of a fat, coconut oil or olive oil or something like that, in order to be soluble. A vitamin D3 pill is nothing but you're going to urinate it out. All right. So, but how many vitamin D3 pills are out there? How many doctors are going to tell you get some vitamin D3 pill? You know, you see what I'm saying? So now the ignorance is so high with something so simple. So yeah, it works both ways, and we can heal ourselves using that technique or harm ourselves.
Thank you, Nisha.
Nee.
No, I'm here. I'm just really listening and taking notes. I don't really have any questions at this moment.
Okay, honey. Well, my question is, thank you, Nisha. My question is, first, let me make this note. Dr. Ali, I agree with you. I agree with you 100% about changing your diet, stop eating meat, just all that. People don't realize that it heals things, but it does. And especially what you're saying about magnesium. We don't even realize, like I said before when you was on sides, how much of a deficiency that we have in certain things. And this really because nobody's never told us. You know what I mean? So just like all the things that you're saying tonight, like you said, study them, because I know I found out some things out the clear blue. I know that really stop eating meat could really do a lot for you too. You know what I mean? And can cure some things that people don't even. I'm telling you, I have learned some things. You know what I mean? Things that, like you said, no doctor is going to tell you. I just by chance heard them, because you know this is the age of Aquarius, so this is the age of information. So just by chance, I heard some things. You know, Sakina was telling me some things when I was, you know, trying to come out of eating meat. You know, even though there's a lot of things that you've been saying for years, especially with the machine. When you said that you test people, you could tell what different things is wrong with their body. You've been doing that for years. I know that for a fact. For a fact. So, you know, my question, after I made that statement, I want to go back to evolution. Okay. Because I don't want to bombard you with a bunch of questions and you didn't know you was going to be getting those questions. Tell me, what does evolution mean? Now, I know what I have been told that it means, that it is actually explaining the different, evolution is explaining the different acts of what's taking place. Where I always thought evolution was something that was aging or changing. But come find out, speaking to someone, the evolution was the explanation of the changes in the world. So that's right.
Well, I mean, from its proponents, you have to go back to the people who came up with the concept. All right.
Right.
The proponents of evolution propose that through natural selection, organisms are able to change their biology to stay fit. And fitness in science means able to reproduce.
Right.
And maintain their presence as an organism. That's one part. That's microevolution. The macroevolution is the polymorphic change between species from the common ancestor, that's some ancient bacteria, all the way up to Homo sapiens sapiens, meaning they're proposing that in their model, we started off as bacteria and we grew into plants and Then we grew into the first small microorganisms, and those coagulated into larger animals in the sea, and then those sea animals got turned to small tadpoles and fishes, and all the way up to whales, and then there's branching, and it became land animals, and land animals went through macroevolution, and they went from reptiles into mammals into what we are today.
So you don't believe in the theory of us coming from the waters in the beginning? I mean, we will probably never know, but that is a theory that I've always.
I think that everything comes from water. How we came from water, I have no idea.
Okay,
because how they propose we came from water, I think is ridiculous. But
no, because let me say
why. I mean, in the sense of what animals.
I've never heard anyone say it. This was something I thought of. You know what I'm saying? That I just was never. I'm being honest. I've never heard like anybody's theory on this. I just figured, you pretty much made up of water. You in your mother's womb for 9 months in water. You know what I'm saying? You need water to survive. No, we can't breathe in water now. I don't know if we breathed in water at one time in the womb, or if my mom breathing for me, or however that went. But it just made sense. It makes more sense than coming from this common ancestor and everybody spewed it out into, you know what I'm saying? It just made more sense.
Yeah, but he's talking about, because science has given us a sea creature, to say what we've evolved from the sea. It's like a bagfish, an ancient bag kind of.
Oh, he's talking about something completely different. Okay,
yeah, I'm talking about what they propose in science.
Okay, Dr. Ali, I never heard the science on that. I never heard this is something me and Sakina be kicking around. You know what I'm saying? I never heard no science. I'm quite sure she never heard no science about no animal in the water.
No, we're talking about macroevolution, so that's a well documented.
Yes, it is.
Right.
I ain't never heard it that way. I just figured, now that's for law here. I ain't never heard it that way. I just figured, you made up of water with,
No,
it's just a thought. You know what I mean? You made up predominantly of water. You was in the womb and water. You need water to survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just made sense to me.
When they started talking about the evolution and about the monkey, I said you couldn't talk about the monkey unless you talked about the monkey walking out of the water, because that's what I was taught, that we came from water and walked out the sea from the monkey.
But so you telling me you're telling me, Dr. Ali, that doesn't make any sense, because
but I'm glad you verified that, Dr. Ali, because that's how it was taught to me. Thank you very much.
That must be Sakina's question. I was trying to.
That wasn't my question. You threw it out there. I'm responding.
I didn't ask you a question. I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, we just on macro and microevolution and what the general theme in the modern world science proposes for evolution. Because you asked, well, what's my definition of evolution? And I was going to give you, for people who might not know, what the common description. Microevolution and macroevolution are the common theories that are proposed in modern evolutionary biology.
Okay. Well, now I do know that I was speaking on the water thing completely different. I never knew the science to what went down with that or whatnot. I was just speaking out top of my head. So thank you for giving me that information. And I'm just going to go ahead and push it on over to Sakina. But thank you. With the situation, I was asking too about what you were saying about the healing of the body. Now, the healing of the body, again, you were saying, like, if you change your diet, you start taking like magnesium, things of that nature, it can help. I just wanted you to repeat that before.
Well, I'm very specific. So you could take magnesium that is dangerous for you in the sense of the supplement market, because the supplement market is not a safe place.
It helps me. I mean,
so now I know this can be even sometimes annoying to people. to have to do all of this research and studying and all of this. But this is the world we live in. We live in a world where people are selling stuff, and because they want to sell more of it, they, you know, who many of them will have the position, who cares if it's actually working? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, it has helped me. The magnesium I'm talking about, and the turmeric.
Yeah, so the magnesium has 8 forms, and you need to take all 8 forms of magnesium.
I was wondering when you said to get that pill that has all 8 of them in it. I haven't found it.
I'll show it to you right now.
Okay. Sorry, Sakina. I did want to ask him about that magnesium situation. You know that's what I use, Sakina.
Yeah, I'll give
you.
And
it's not the magnesium that make you go to the bathroom, y'all. It's not that one at all. It's not that one.
Magnesium comes in 8 forms.
I do the malate, and the I don't know. I got it upstairs.
All right, so let me show you this. If you want to get a company and a product that works magnesium properly in the body, BioOptimizers has all 8 forms of magnesium that the body uses.
Okay, let me write that down real quick. Well, I can always get it back because you got it up there. Okay, well, thank you. I never seen that one before.
Yep, this is a.
But I don't know if I'm taking too much, but I know it actually does help me. You know, and the turmeric.
Absolutely, yeah. Turmeric is excellent. You know,
but you kind of probably got to take them together. You know what I mean?
You want to make sure as much as possible that. I know this is another controversial thing. We always got controversy, but get your turmeric organic in order to avoid the pesticides and other types of things that are being added to it that can cause damage.
Oh, you mean the real turmeric, like?
And
go ahead.
And don't take. I don't want to say this the wrong way.
But when he says organic is what I'm trying to make sure.
Organic means you're not using pesticides.
8 forms. Sakina, I just have a real quick question. Sorry so much, Sakina. I just wanted to ask, is that good for autism? Like, I have a son that's autistic. What do you recommend as far as to give him for?
Yeah, the magnesium in 8 forms is definitely going to help him with that scenario. And he also would need some selenium. Selenium has 25 bioactive properties in the body, and the studies on those 25 bioactive properties have been associated with reduced. They have put this in the study, reduced symptoms of autism. That's the explanation they give, but we know it's really happening.
It's called selenium. What is it called again?
Selenium. It's a mineral.
Can you spell it, Dr. Ali?
SELE.
Wait a minute. SELE.
NIUM.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at.
I see the people in the chat. They go crazy. They like magnesium for autism. Get the.
Let me tell y'all something about magnesium.
Good.
Magnesium is a deficiency that most Black people don't even know that they have. And you could have arthritis. Tell them, Dr. Ali, you could have arthritis. I mean, bad arthritis to the point where it's aching your body. Even that thing in the back. What's the sciatic in your back? And you could take the 500 milligrams that you buy from Walmart in the morning, and you could, and by the afternoon or whatever, you ain't got that. Matter of fact, in hours, you ain't got the pain no more.
Oh, really?
I don't know what's yes. I'm
telling magnesium. It sounds like a powerful.
Let me tell you, I used to couldn't sleep because I had poor blood circulation in my legs. What is it called, Dr. Ali, when your legs feel like it's something crawling in it? I mean, since a child, I had to sleep in the fetal position because my legs would hurt so bad. Now, can you imagine a grown woman sleeping in the fetal position? This has been since I was a child. Now, I could have said something funny about that, but I'm not. But the magnesium relaxed my muscles. Just the magnesium alone. They ain't got nothing to do with the turmeric.
The turmeric will turn you yellow. I'm trying to tell you something.
No. I'm telling them that magnesium works wonders. Okay. So if he's telling her to use magnesium,
Sakina.
I'm sorry, Sakina. I don't know where Sakina right now.
It's gonna turn your ass yellow. Calm down.
Be
careful with the I want you to take the turmeric, but I don't want you to I want you to not take it like daily.
I do take it daily.
Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. Don't be taking it daily. Take it like every other day, something like that. Turmeric ain't played with like that, because you will turn like the golden time of day. You walk out the house looking like Frankie Beverly.
I never had experienced that, baby.
Right, you haven't. You hear that word? You listen to your own keywords. You haven't, and then you're gonna have to slow down. First, this part of your hand gonna turn yellow first. Look like you've been smoking weed, and then right. So this is the thing. So slow down.
I didn't know.
Down. Right. I didn't know. You don't have to do this daily like that.
What do you think about that, Dr. Ali? What she just stated.
Sorry, I had to back you up real quick. So everybody can see on the screen. He didn't make that up. He said exactly what this says right here.
I'm telling y'all. I mean, folk just, I understand our people. That's all I can say. And also, one person in the chat is saying we should treat the whole being. We've been talking about that all night, dealing with all aspects of your life, because I guess they were concerned that we only talking about specific things, turmeric and magnesium. So maybe they came in late and they didn't hear us talking about how to deal with nutrition and stress. The whole we've been talking about that most of the night. So,
Well, I got a good question.
Well, wait a minute. Answer that Sakina said about the turmeric.
No, damn that. I got a better one for you. Damn that.
Oh, excuse you.
Excuse me. Excuse her. We French tonight. Because I'm serious. And I'm really serious about my people. So we all know that we talking about health and health care and what's best for our people. And we know that ain't nothing better than a good night's sleep, right? Ain't nothing more important than our health and our rest.
Right.
So can you tell me, is melatonin got a nigga in every bottle?
I can't stand her.
Yes, Akina. Bring it home. Come on, let's talk.
What is in melatonin?
It's a hormone.
What's the melanin in melatonin?
Melatonin is an antioxidant. It's a powerful one that's in our mitochondria, and it's made and synthesized in the brain. And where they're getting them from, where they're getting their melatonin from, hey, use your creative mind, because I can't even answer all that. But I do know this. It's a lot of missing people for all the things that we're doing.
Put you to sleep.
And we volunteer our tissues all the time at these institutions, and we sign papers that they can do whatever they want to do with them because we aren't reading them. So that's a whole nother thing: body hacking and organ stealing from deceased bodies and kidnapping, human trafficking. All of this is related to the pharmacopoeia. So yeah, it's several niggas in every bottle.
Literally.
That's a fact. Oh my! But I still want him to answer turmeric question.
The turmeric is fine. You can't overdo turmeric. I've never heard. There's no such thing as turmeric.
Turning you yellow.
I
It
don't know.
can turn your hands, your exterior body yellow, but from internally
You
taking
can
it,
overdo
it's not going
turmeric,
to
and it
change your
also
melanin.
when you take too much turmeric, it also causes you to see like double. It causes blurry vision. You can take too much.
And
That's
it
why
will
they
turn
have.
you yellow.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
maybe we can pull up some papers on turmeric toxification or something, but that's something I've studied turmeric a lot. I've never heard of it, but I'm willing to study. Yes, ma'am.
So, LaShawn.
We need to tell our people to not take melatonin.
We make melatonin, so I mean, you can use the melatonin you got by getting some good sleep with no light in the room, because we be leaving lights on in the room and TVs, and that disturbs the melatonin synthesis. So turn all your lights off, shut your blinds, nothing on. Just, if you got any lights, the only light you want to use is maybe a blue
Night
light or something like that.
night. Oh wow.
No, turn the light off, because that's a different radio. That's a different electromagnetic frequency. You don't want that. You want it dark in the room when you're sleeping.
Okay, I guess Gemini.
Gemini, yeah.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Dots.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay. You made a good point that Ali, about the like in terms of like cellular regeneration and sort of matching, like understanding your genetics, right? And understanding the importance of being in the sun and the importance of certain foods that just work with our body types. I can't.
She went out.
No, Dot, something happened, but it says you're unmuted. We can't hear you.
We cannot hear you. If you can hear us.
Yeah, she may have to go out and come back in.
Dots. Okay. Go ahead, Delsnaya.
Okay, yeah, Dots, if you can hear us, just go out and come back in and then ask your question. But so we can go into some of the next conversation, which is the science of mating. I know a little bit of what you said or have said before, because I watch your streams and I follow you. But if you could explain that, like how should we be choosing our mates, and what would make for better, I guess, like families when we're building that up? How do we look to do that scientifically?
Yeah, this is a huge conversation. We can start with some basic things. And that is that we have to have a system in choosing mates. Last night we did a presentation on purpose, vision, and values. And that starts the process, because once you get into the other extended sciences, you want to make sure somebody can walk with you and not separate away from you. And so if y'all have common values, common vision, and common purpose, then y'all going to have the groundwork to have the patience, the interest, the attraction to stay together. A lot of times when the values are not even explained and we're using more superficial reasons for the bond, when those begin to get a little old, then we don't have the substance. Maybe you like tall men that look a certain way. Maybe you want to have sex a certain way. Maybe she got to look like this or have this much money or whatever. Once you start peeling back to real purpose, real vision, and real values, then you can get into the chemistry. And the chemistry, I don't want to offend anyone, all right? But I have to teach what I have studied and experienced. The chemistry says that you should be mating with someone from your similar gene pool. I know people date outside of their race, all right? And race is a term that's misunderstood. Maybe we can change it to biodiversity, all right? You should mate with someone within your biodiverse gene pool. And the reason you want to do that is because of something called pheromones. Pheromones are odorants that are produced by the apocrine gland, which is the gland that holds the hair, and it wets the hair and releases odorants. And that's constantly happening between you and your partner. And that affects your entire hormonal network. For instance, and we this conversation can get quite crazy, but when we as Black men date outside of our race, oftentimes we start to see behaviors, if we are able to peel back that relationship, that are defeating the testosterone of that man, and it becomes evident if you investigate, and vice versa. That's a complex subject, but my position is, in studying pheromone networks, you want to date in your own biodiverse environment. All right. And if anybody doubts whether pheromones are real, we've published a lot of papers. I see people asking me, oh, where are your papers and your publications? Yeah, we have them. I submit them to regular journals. I submit them to ours, and, we always writing. But start there. Next, you can go into more indigenous sciences. Some people think that it's spooky to look at a birth chart or to look at divination in order to assess the quality of a mate. But I agree that those systems can help, and that knowing the energy of a birthday and the psychology of a birthday, matching it with birthdays that will bring about a healthy relationship, that has to be studied, but that can be used as a measuring tool to have success in relationships. So you start off with the maturation point, which is the most important point, because you can have birthdays that are compatible with two immature people, and that's not going to work out. You have to start with the maturation, and then why are we together? What are we about to do short term and long term? And then what is your vision for your life? Because you got to know your purpose, sister. And what is my vision, and how do they meet? How am I able to help you with your vision? How are you able to help me? How do they meet? And what is the law system here? What are our values? If the value is marriage license, we're going to end up with a problem, because the state, for the most part, is interested in economy and not happy families. The state is a business. And so you can get a marriage license, but you probably need a prenuptial agreement to protect both parties, so that children, resources that are produced don't injure each other and the children, or cause crazy stuff to go on. So having a private contract that can be put on the public record, having non-disclosure agreements so that your wife don't go on YouTube or Facebook to embarrass your family, like things that are happening currently with, one wife said she wanted to go do OnlyFans, and she brought and recorded her and her husband having a conversation, and that reached the public. Maybe they did that intentionally. I don't know. Some people do all kinds of things out here. It's crazy to get attention. But my point is, you can secure your environment through awareness and values. And so now, once we got the values and we can get into more indigenous types of sciences, then we can say, all right, your birth date is compatible with this one. And what type of compatibility? Because you have business compatibility, you have sexual compatibility, you have friendship and communication compatibility. You have all of these different types of compatibility that can be factored into the energy of just a birthday.
And what about the genetic compatibilities?
Now,
you know why I say that? because I think it's also important, like when you were talking about knowing who you're going to mate with or have children with, because those conversations are important. It's important to understand what can pop up, from a person's DNA. Like what are, what hereditary, illnesses, or what are some things that you're predisposed to, right? Be it environmental, X, Y, and Z. Those also are really important factors in terms of a conversation, larger conversation to have, especially when we're talking about our future generation,
Right.
Like, yeah, sorry, just wanted to jump in and say that.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think that you brought in a major and a huge point. And we need to know the health status of our partner. And that should be incorporated into the decision-making process. And we also need, I'm going to say this, and this is important, we need jurisdiction too. A great part of our problem as a people is we don't have indigenous jurisdictions to protect through institutions. So we're interfacing with institutions that are parasiting off of us. The medical here, we're talking about the health of people. And so if we don't have nutritionists, scientists, etc., that can think on our behalf, then we're depending on ones that could present adverse environments, circumstances, analysis, diagnostics to us too. So yes, your point on what is the genetic background of this person? Are they suffering from things that we need to look at and say, all right, what kind of type of diet have you had over your lifetime? Why would you marry a man that drinks a lot or pops pills, or even just because you like his personality? Those are things that could become a problem in the future. All right. A woman might be infertile, and y'all might want to talk about what y'all can do to remove that infertility before marriage and not let it be a surprise or suppress one party from having a child. There's so much that goes into all of these conversations, but I am proposing that jurisdiction solves all of those problems, because you can deal with all of those problems through having a midwifery clinic, having a place where we know our children are going to be born safe, having the schooling curriculums for our children, so we make sure that they're protected away from institutions that might give them information that is dangerous to the future lineage and legacy of your family bloodline. So we got to think institutions and community when we think family, because a lot of us get in relationships on islands and we have no help. In our society, there are 3 people appointed to the man and the woman when they court and when they marry, so that those families throughout the lifetime of that marriage are the people they talk to about their problems. Not Bonquisha online through a DM telling you to lead a nigga, or the brother who is telling you, he got some shorties that you can talk to that won't act like your crazy ass wife. I don't know, whatever goes
Or
on.
some Beckys, or the Beckys who dilute the bloodline. We want to talk. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, all of that. So yeah. So we need, a relationships and the science of mating is something that we used to do when we ruled. All right. So when you see, I'll give you an example. Might be a small thing. You could see a pharaoh and his wife with the blue lotus flower. Now that is ritual divination, and that is pheromonic activity between 2 people. What does blue lotus do to the hormonal network of women and men, and how does it increase the bond? So y'all need to study blue lotus as a plant. That's an entheogen that we use medicinally, and we use it in ceremony between husband and wife. And it is a bonding mechanism. All right. And so sometimes we don't look at society like that, but we should, because there are things that divide us. So we should need things that bring us together. I'm pretty sure alcohol is breaking up a lot of relationships.
Absolutely.
So, some people think that's spooky when I start talking about herbs bringing people together.
No, I think it's something that needs to be talked about. It's very serious. You know, people just so I don't understand. I don't even know the word I can use for them, but I love to hear about the different herbs and different, like, you know, like you said, matching yourself up with the zodiac signs and thing. I do that. So see, I like to hear about the herbs and the pendulum board, all of that. I'm into that. So, you know, a lot of people may not be into certain things, but I am. Um, the question that I skip over somebody because I don't want to
Yeah,
skip over
Nisha.
Nisha. I'm sorry, baby.
No problem, sis. So Dr. Ali, Chief Godbody. So what? Okay, so I'm trying to understand, what do you feel is our evolution? Because you claim to be Aboriginal. Do you still claim to be that, or no? Or I'm just curious.
I claim that all black people on Earth are Aboriginal, not just me.
Okay. So you don't go with the primates. That's not your stance.
No.
So what is your stance?
My stance is that we need to change human evolution to, I propose a new theory called human biological polymorphisms. And what human biological polymorphisms does is it corrects what human evolution proposes, which is a staggered advancement from more primitive species to a more advanced species. I don't see that as scientifically valid when you look at the scientific facts. You're supposed to make a scientific theory to the best of your ability based on the evidence that has been presented on the record. And so polymorphisms is what happens over time, and it goes where you can evolve or you can devolve. You can change in multiple directions. And so if you look at something like Homo habilis, the reason why they named him or her and her Homo habilis is because of craftsmanship that was learned allegedly during that period. And so now, as a handyman or a handy woman, they have labeled something in the fossil record based on evidence that they found. However, the problem with that is if we are in direct line with Homo habilis, and the skulls of Homo habilis look a certain way, the morphology looks a certain way, and they are saying they are not Homo sapiens sapien, that we gradually improved. What are the genetic and environmental mechanisms to prove that? And that has never been presented for any of these hominid species. What has been shown is hips and skulls and morphology. And like I showed earlier on this show, I can show Homo sapiens with that same morphology who are living today. So therefore, evolution needs a two-lane highway. And I think that what we're proposing can help with that.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
Dulcie.
they
I have a
fake.
question. I have a question. Oh, sorry, Kelsey. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kelsey.
It's Robin.
Oh,
They
sorry. Go ahead, Robin.
they faked some of the bone structure of those so-called primates that they were trying to put out there anyway. You know, like they uh you know, fake somehow the Lucy's and all that kind of stuff. They put them in the museum looking like they got shapes of women when they really didn't have those. You know, they tried to make it look like it's just too much fake manipulation, lying for me. I mean, if you lie, you cheat, you deceive, you manipulate. And that's what the undone people have done. Now, getting back to this, Dr. Ali, can you tell me some of the herbs that you are suggesting and to use in a relationship? And do you believe in the theory that's put out there about cooking is a good mechanism to the heart of a man? Or, you know.
Yeah, I will. Let's start with the cooking. I think that any acts of affection build trust, which is the most important component of a relationship. And so, acts of compassion increase trust. Trust is more important than love or anything that you can imagine. The reason why trust is more important is because when you trust someone, you can make more progress with them. You're
Right.
more open. You can love somebody and they can be crazy as hell, but you don't trust them. And so, yes, preparing meals is an act of affection and compassion, and it will bring the bond back together. When we start talking about plants and herbs,
Are you are you speaking on herbs that you can rub on a person to help with different situations? Or are you just talking about regular herbs? Or you know what I'm saying? Like some herbs is good for the body that are they some in oils or
well, when you
you
change the method of delivery, there should be a scientific reason back in it. Oils, as we talked about earlier, absorb faster. So
oh
you put something in an oil, then what's going to happen is it's going to have quicker impact than water, a tea.
mhm,
All right. And so, yeah, changing the level of delivery says that it's going to impact the body differently. All right.
and what kind of oils do you suggest for a woman who's trying to be affectionate and loving to her man? Like my husband has a lot of headaches, and I
Mhm.
haven't yet. I don't want to keep telling him to use Tylenol and things of that nature. I would love to have some type of herbs that I can kind of like, suggest and stuff like that.
Okay.
And he's in
So,
the islands. You need to say that, Robin.
What? What?
That's important. That's important. The fact that he's in the islands too. So like even his accessibility, that's a good thing.
He already knows. He already knows that. He's been
No, I'm
knowing me
saying
for
for the conversation, that's important.
yeah.
That's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, the tropics.
yeah, so that's news. Yeah. So if he doesn't have accessibility to things, then that's a problem. That means you need to ship it to him so he can
Mhm.
have those things to him on a regular basis, because we are what we're taking in from our environment. And so something in that environment is catalyzing inflammation. That's the only way you can get a headache in the brain. And so we got to,
Well, what do you suggest for that? What do
right. Well, we already talked about some of the things. One of the key factors for any inflammation. All right, let's rewind. We've been talking about things tonight that have multiple impact. You talk about the magnesium. The reason
right?
why magnesium is important because of how it deals with inflammation.
Okay.
All right. And then another factor is things that have vitamin D3 in it. There's only one plant that has vitamin D3, and that is pine pollen. So
Pine what?
pine pollen.
Okay.
Yeah, pine pollen.
Okay.
And there's plants that have vitamin D2, like kelp,
Never heard of
dulse, kelp, sea moss. These also help with inflammatory issues.
Okay.
And so those are some things that he's in the islands, he might be able to get access to help him with the headaches. Yeah. So
And I mean, like, do you believe that women and men need the same thing as far as herbs is concerned? Do they use
always, because there's some plants that are masculine and some plants that are feminine in the sense of biochemistry, meaning let's say you want to take a lot of phytoestrogens. Phytoestrogens are not good for men in
God?
activities like yams or something like that. You don't want a man eating too many yams, but a woman can eat a lot of yams because the phytoestrogens are going to interact with her biology different than his, as
Mhm.
opposed to a woman doesn't want to take foods that are high in zinc, excessively high in zinc, because it will cause a problem imbalance with copper, which is a
Wow,
constituent
I didn't know that.
mineral in her reproductive organs and tissues. So a woman eating a lot of olives and high zinc foods excessively can cause her to be more masculine.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, I'll ask another question after Sakina gets hers in. We're
And
in a
I have a
different.
question after Sakina though, Robin. Go ahead, Sakina.
Go
I
ahead
want
and
to
ask
ask a
the
question.
question right quick, Dots.
I wanted to also ask about the importance of hydration. Because I know that my that was like one of my saving graces to prevent blood from coagulating, right, or from clotting, right, and oftentimes headaches also come from being dehydrated.
Wow.
And
Okay.
so hydration also is really, really, really key in keeping your blood flow and keeping, those things that you can't understate that. My grandmother, my mom definitely instilled that. But my question was around mucus, you know, the role of or the impact that mucus plays in the body in terms of illness and how we acquire a buildup of mucus and what does that do, especially to a woman and her pH, as well as a man.
Okay, so there's a misconception about mucus and what it is. We need mucus because without mucus, we would be dead. Every part of the body on the inside has a mucus lining. Now, what we are calling mucus is histamine reactions, which can develop pus and these things. And I'm only trying to correct the terminology so that we don't get confused. You need mucus. Mucilaginous food like sea moss and other things are excellent and healthy for you because of how they impact the epithelial lining of the digestive tract and other parts of the body. But a histamine reaction is the immune system releasing large amounts of histamine into an area to neutralize toxins. So that type of mucus that we're discussing is a reaction to something that you're doing. So it is what you're doing that needs to be evaluated nutritionally, dehydration, lack of exercise, stressful life where you're not problem solving and dealing with your emotions properly, that type of thing. And when it comes to hydration, yes, you have to keep the body hydrated. You want to not use pH that's too high. I see people drinking a lot of essential water that's 9.5 pH. That's too high because you are neutralizing your hydrochloric acid in your stomach more often. And that's a problem because now your food is not going to catabolize or break down. So even if you're eating healthy, you're not assimilating all of the nutrients that you're taking in because the pH of hydrochloric acid needs to stay really low. So your water shouldn't be over 8.0 on its pH. You should stay between 7 and 8 as far as pH of the water. And you can make your own water or you can buy brand waters that are safe. And you have to do some pH testing and ppm testing to see whether it's actually safe or not to help you. But hydration is fundamental to all biochemical activity in all cells. The inside of the cell is water. The outside of the cell is water. If the pH of the water you're drinking is right, it's going to be slightly alkaline, and that's going to help the blood plasma, which will help with situations where red blood cell stays alkaline and stays charged and is bouncing off of each other instead of clumping together. So
Yeah, you're so right, Ali, with that Essentia. That Essentia is really not good. I can't. You are so right with that. Can I just for the conversation? My last question. Sorry, Sakina. Thank you for your patience and thank you, Ali. Real quickly. So let's say on a day to day, somebody. Okay, let me say hydrated. You get you some spring water, or let's say somebody run tap water and they put a lime or they put lemon in it, right? To maybe alkaline it, give it a little bit more oxygen. Is that okay? Would you recommend that over going to buy like a bottled water in plastic or going to buy Essentia, which is very popular?
I would never recommend tap water.
Well,
And the reason
okay.
being is because the municipalities are putting things in there that are super dangerous. They're dumping estrogens into the water. They have the PFASs in the water, fluoridation, etc. If you have a powerful enough filtration system in your home on your sinks and your water system, then okay, now you have a safety mechanism. Putting lime or lemon or in water that has high ppm, PFAS, estrogens and all kind of other stuff, that's not going to remove those toxins. You want to put lime or lemon in distilled water. Distilled water is water that has been cleaned of everything. Add
Mhm.
and now you can reintroduce those things and they become what you call electrolyte water, because these are minerals now that are in a form that can chelate with the water molecule. So let's say you bought distilled water and you add some linens, limes, or some fulvic mineral drops. That would be great. You can
Mhm.
put it in glass bottles to protect it, and
Mhm.
you'll be fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me answer. Shaking my head, 369. Whoo whoo. People, he say people won't drink tap water, but they'll cook with it and wash up in it. Most of the time they do that. Well, all the time they do that is because it's hot water, and because they put all the junk in it to purify it at most. Hot water does the rest of it, and you're using soap. But when you cooking with it, once the heat gets to it, it purifies the water at the rest of that rate. Far as it shouldn't have no bugs in it or whatever, but it purifies the water at that. But after that you good. So but
I
we
disagree with that vehemently.
with sea salt and boiling your water for the most of it, but we scrub our vegetables and we do all of that before we even cook with it. So for the most of it, but all our other water is spring water. We buy our water for the you know how you get the 5 gallon thing and they bring the water to you, and then we buy our spring water like that. You know, and it has a hot water dispenser on it as well. So I'm just saying.
You can't boil fluoridation out of water. You can't boil toxins.
I'm just trying to speak. I'm just saying our water comes in a bubbler. It has a hot water thing
I'm
on
just
it.
speaking for the audience sake, just to let people know you cannot boil fluoridation and other chemicals out of water. Or if you boil in the water, it's for pathogens that will usually die if there are microorganism pathogens in the water. But chemicals, you can't boil those out. You have to filter those out through some filtration system.
Well, I don't know about all that. I can't speak for all that. I don't know. Anywho, scientist. Bill Nye the Science Guy. My question to you is, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. When you were speaking on the medications and whatnot, what do you call it? The natural genesis? Is that what do you call it? Let me go back. Let me go back to my notes so I don't disrespect it, because that is not what I want to do. You introduced it because you started talking about thiamines and all kind of things. You said a natural geonomics.
Nutrigenomics.
Oh, neutral genomics. I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing. The lights dim. Let me prove it. The lights dim, and I took notes, so you know it's right there. So anyway, when you were talking about the thiamine and some of these other things through pathogens and whatnot, some of it sound like herbs, like honestly herbs, and it sound like thyroids and things like that. So is it best to say that instead of popping all these pills, is it best to get the herbs themselves and make them into teas or whatnot, and just take the herbs themselves versus popping all these pills? Is that the better route?
Not always, and yes, sometimes. It depends on what it is. I'll give you an example. If you are taking some omegas that might have some vitamin D infused, you might have a vegetable gelatin capsule to protect it so it doesn't release until it passes through the stomach to get into the duodenum. In that scenario, a capsule is good. But another scenario, you might be taking a pill or something of vitamin D, like we said, and it's not put in the right tincture. It needs to be in an oil so that your body can absorb it, because vitamin D is only fat. It's a fat soluble vitamin. So it changes based on need and what you're trying to do. But herbs are always in a state, if they are, natural from their environment, where you're going to get high absorption if you're making them into teas and other things like that, as opposed to medication pills. That's a whole bad trauma type of thing happening to your body. So herbs and teas do help, but sometimes you need deeper healing. And when you need deeper healing, you have to use a method that will cause that deeper healing to take place. And some of those fat soluble nutrients that I mentioned, you don't want to take them in water. Vitamin D3 in the water means nothing. And we know that simply by how vitamin D3 is made. It's made by sunlight striking a fat in your skin, and it produces a hormone called cholecalciferol. And when that gets to the liver, there's another lipid activity that takes place with fats, and it's made into vitamin D3. So you can't get a vitamin D3 tea from herbs. It doesn't exist.
The only way you can get it is in a pill or in the sun.
Well, no, you can get vitamin D3 from the sun. Okay. You can get it from
peanut butter,
animals in the sea, fish, primarily different types of fish. You can get it from some meats if you eat meat, and you can get it from one plant on earth that has it, which is pine pollen. So those are all the ways to get vitamin D3.
So some things you can get herbal, but not all things.
Right.
And then it depends on how much you have to eat or absorb in order to.
Right, because you did exactly. So you can deal with, let's say I gave her that magnesium powder that has 8 forms. You would have to eat greens for like 40 days straight just to get what she got in that bottle. So concentrations, all that, it changes based on what vehicle you're using.
But then you wonder what's in the powder that make it worth all them greens.
It is whatever was extracted. They use a process called HPLC, high performance liquid chromatography, and it can extract. That's how you get iron and other things in supplements. Sometimes that's not healthy though, because those minerals need to stay in a certain type of environment to be effective. So I'll give an example. If you take a whole plant of moringa leaf and you crush the whole leaf down, then you got the biochemistry of the leaf still there. But if you extract the iron from the leaf, it's outside of its natural environment where it's in a molecular matrix. So now that iron is not going to impact you the same way as the whole leaf or the crushed leaf. You follow me? Because the body is responding to nature it's been interacting with for a long time. So if you just put iron in the body by itself, the body is wondering why it doesn't have all of the other things to facilitate that it needs for absorption of the iron, the oxygen, the other things that are attached to it. So supplementation, let's say you're taking copper by itself, you're going to knock your zinc off. If you take a zinc by itself, you're going to knock your copper off. The body responds to things in a matrix. So tea leaves, that's a matrix. That's a healthy way of delivering it into your body. If you dry those tea leaves and crush it down into a powder, it's still in this matrix. But if you're extracting certain things from it, you're essentially making a drug.
Okay, so my question is, when you got 8 different types of magnesium to make one magnesium, there is nothing stronger than those 8 things in itself to make it just that powerful, instead of having to take, because you having 8 things combined in one, instead of just having one thing that's just as strong as these 8.
Yeah, so you're asking for a leaf or a herb that has all 8 forms of magnesium by itself. Something
Pretty
like
much.
that. No, it doesn't.
Or even not, it doesn't even have to have all 8 magnesiums. It's just something that's stronger than all 8 magnesiums.
If you're talking about magnesium and its impact by itself, you're not going to find that, because magnesium, it's a mineral, and it works in molecular structure. So no, you're not going to find something as potent as far as magnesium. But if you want to use something for the brain, Blue Lotus will have a similar impact as all 8 of those magnesiums that you're supplementing with. So you can use the Blue Lotus for the inflammation that's happening in the brain and other activity in a similar way. And it's a flower.
And it will serve for the magnesium 8 as well.
It will serve for the symptoms that the magnesium is healing. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it will work.
That sounds more easier to digest than just to take that powder, wouldn't it?
It's not easier to digest, no. But it's going to add more elements than that magnesium. That magnesium has molecules in it of magnesium and other things, but the Blue Lotus is going to have all types of other enzymes and other things that are doing things, because it's a flower from nature. As a matter of fact, it's a flower from nature that your ancestors and my ancestors have been using. And so now, if we do some testing, we could probably find it in the epigenome, of its activity, that we've been using it, so using it is beneficial because it has more things other than magnesium itself in it, because it does have magnesium in it. But you can use both, because you might not be able to get Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus is a rare thing. You can go online and they got all kinds of people saying they're selling Blue Lotus, and you go test it and try it out, and it's not Blue Lotus. So yeah, if you get some seeds, you can grow them. You can aquaponics, you can put them in pots and they grow.
But isn't this the better advice?
It's better advice, but rare as far as able to get.
Even if it's rare to give, isn't it the better advice for you to give?
Oh, Lord.
No, it's not better advice for me to give, because I know people can't get Blue Lotus. I'm going to give them what they got access to.
We're going to open the panel up after this. After Gemini give her question,
thank you.
Panel up.
Not after Gemini. It's going to be after we go around, and then we'll open it up.
Well, I don't know. I didn't know if you had another question or what. I know.
Yeah, I think
I
everybody
just needed to finish mine, though. I appreciate it.
That didn't mean that you wasn't going to get your question. It just means we was going to open it up.
Well, yeah, I'm saying after Nisha, we'll open up the panel. Go ahead, Gemini.
Girl, don't make me. Okay.
Go get you some. Go get you some Blue Lotus and let Gemini go.
I told you, Dr. Ali.
Not Dr. Mr. Ali.
Mr. Dr. Chief Ali.
Was thinking, where isn't that the better? I mean, because we've been talking about herbs, and you've been actually, correct on all that you said. So, but I remember you used to do this before. I remember when I used to follow you, some time ago, before all the changes, and of course, sometimes it's capital too. Your capital increases, you have changed with the increase. But anyways, you used to teach about vitamins and herbs and health and food, and it was magnificent information. Why did you stray so far from that into science? Like, what made you?
I didn't stray from that. I still teach that at our university online, but it's in course material that people have to register for. That's all.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, because I remember you used to you were teaching a lot on health, in the body and food, and I mean it was fantastic. I really liked you a lot better and appreciated you a lot more with that information, because that's the information that we actually need post COVID, right? Post health. So there's a preventive health, and then there's the health that's post. So after you're done with all the doctors, and after you're done, you know what the diagnosis is. Trying to, if you're still in your good health and in your good mind, or you have good people around you, them helping you to get your body back to some form of homeostasis.
Yes, ma'am.
Home care. That's part of the home care, health care part, the post stage. But, again, when it comes to this that we're talking about, you are boss. I do want to give you your props for that, for sure.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sister.
Okay, so my last question before I know y'all gonna drop the link. Um, Niambi had a question in the chat. I believe she asked something about fasting. Oh, here we go. Is a 3-day water fast good to do from time to time, or intermittent fasting, as we would call it?
I would recommend that. Well, yes, the fast is good, but I would recommend you add something to that water because of the purpose of fasting. The purpose of fasting is detox, and the first line of detox is the mucous membrane in the digestive tract, starting from your mouth, going to your esophagus, your stomach, duodenum, small intestines, large intestines. And so that is the definition of detox. All right. And so using water only is less efficient than, say, using lime water. You can even see this when you use cleaning products. If you had some syrup on a table and you put water on it and try to clean it, it would still be sticky. But if you put some lemon on it, the lemon has some acidity that will break up the syrup off of the table. Scrub it off, it'll come off easy. Or if you leave the lime on there, you'll see it's just like it comes off easy. And so your digestive tract is the same way. We eat things that build up on the wall of the digestive tract. And so that 3-day fast, you could take some water and use some water and lime, and your fast will increase your detox multiple times just by you adding that little bit of chemistry to the fast. But yes, fasting is good. 3-day fast, intermittent fasting, all good because you give your digestive tract time to rest, and you also give your body a time to go through more repair when it's not using all of its energy and resources on you eating. So we do need to eat to replenish ourselves, but when we can go 1 meal a day, intermittent fasting, periodic fast, it is a regeneration boost to our entire body. And it also teaches us discipline because food is natural to us, right? So if you can resist things that are naturally natural to you, imagine what you could do to the unnatural. All the other things that are vices that you might have attractions to just start to fall off, and you're stronger. You're stronger emotionally, mentally, spiritually.
Dots, did you have a question as well?
No, that was my only. Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you. So I had another question when we're talking about going back into the science of mating, and when you were saying as far as first to make sure you guys are on a similar path as far as what your objectives are, long term, short term goals, and then go into like the chemistry of things. I wanted to ask you about blood types. This has been a big question. People saying, should you mate with someone based on their blood types, and not just like the rhesus, where we know, you have to protect your baby if you, I think it's if you're negative, but just in general, like should an A positive get with an AB? Should an O only be with O type thing?
Well, it depends. Now, if someone has an AB or A and they look like us, that means that they have one parent that has the other allele, which is the dominant blood type O. So let's say one parent has O, one parent has AB. The blood type comes out as AB, but they have an O allele. So if they marry someone who has O, the children are going to come out with O. So you resolved the antigen that's on the blood through understanding basic selective mating. Also, we need to also understand where this stuff comes from. Again, blood typing deals with antigens on the receptor of the red blood cell. So you have O, which is the dominant type, B, A, and then AB. And each one has its own type of antigen. But those antigens were developments. And so we could do things over time to alter that structure, if that's a part of your plan, your family plan. But generally speaking, I would say that you do want to try to marry someone who has at least one allele of O or the full allele matrix, because of heightening physiological strengths in the offspring.
Thank you. Nisha, did you have a question?
I did not. Let's go ahead and drop the link and let's get it on.
Okay.
I so appreciate you, Ali, Doctor. What did you say? We should call you Prince Doctor Chief Ali?
No, it's just Ali.
Just honestly, because it was hard, but it's been an honor, honestly.
Oh yeah. We in the cauldron. We in the black matter think tank right now. We going in. I love it. I love it.
I want to know what you can say. I mean, what type of herbs can you use to keep the fun in the relationship?
Oh my goodness.
Well, that you got to go beyond the herbs to do that. Herbs can't make somebody fun.
No, I'm just saying.
You can keep them healthy.
Yeah,
healthiness is what brings the possibility for the fun, because you're gonna get the best person. The herb is helping you get your body intact, so that now your natural self will be,
You
exuberant.
consider perfume a herb?
It's made from herbs, but I mean,
They could turn you on, right?
yeah, because it's an odorant. It impacts. It's basically a synthetic pheromone. Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why I asked you. I wanted to know what type of herbs that you can use.
But here's the thing. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that attraction is dependent upon something.
Somebody said pineapple.
Synthetic.
He said,
Me and Dustin L talking about that one. Pineapple.
can you explain the wet hair pheromone effect? Is that something about like odor?
Yeah, they're molecular odorants. You can't even tell you're smelling them, but when you're around someone, they're going into your nose, and they're going through your olfactory system and affecting your body. A good example of this is you can go do studies on women who are pregnant, and they smell the urine of men who are not in their family, and they have miscarriages. Because of those molecular odorants impacting their hormonal network and their reproductive system. So we're always smelling people, and it impacts us based on their levels of health or lack thereof. That's why you got to watch your environments. You don't want to be around somebody with some stinky.
Why is it that?
Wow.
A man could be having a problem. I'm gonna say it like that, but some women can arouse him, and some women can't.
No, they ain't got nothing to do with dropping.
Wait, I'm asking Dr. Ali here, man.
Wait, when you say problem, you mean erectile dysfunction?
Yeah, man can have that.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Some women can turn him on where he was having that problem, but some women can turn him on, and some women can't.
Right. That's true.
He said, but if it stank, it stank.
Oh my God. What are you talking about?
He's saying,
Sakina, please let me ask him this question. I'm not talking about nothing stupid. I'm talking about this.
I was asking a question.
No, you wasn't. I was. I don't know if you
was.
was. Sakina, please.
Oh my goodness. I was asking a question about pheromone hair, and then you start
But he
asking.
answered it. But he answered that
Somebody in
question.
the chat is saying O positive came with the white man. That is absolutely not correct. And O negative never had RH. That's incorrect. I just want to make sure because there's stuff going on in the chat. I see it going on. I just want to address it while we're waiting on other people to ask.
Oh, I thought
Okay, so
link.
never mind.
I'm done. Let me shut up. I forgot that's your man. You can get to acting.
Oh, girl, what is wrong with you tonight? How is he my man, though? Stop. God, today. Dr. Ali, you never did answer my question in a way I don't even feel like I want it answered now. I don't.
What is it?
I was asking why is it like that? Why can some women turn men on, but they were having an issue, but a certain woman can still turn that man on?
I did answer. I said, yeah, it has everything to do with pheromones and stress levels.
Okay.
So
I didn't hear you.
Some women are exuding something molecularly that is causing a cascade of things to happen in his limbic system in his brain.
Mm-hmm.
And it leads to other parts of the brain that control hormonal arousal or hormonal functions that cause arousal.
Can a person have what's up when you have a baby, you get postpartum? Can they have it years after they have the baby?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm talking about like a woman that be crying and all that hormones be acting out once they have a baby.
Oh yeah. I've seen postpartum, but are you asking if they have that same thing with
After like the baby's older?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I guess it is possible if somebody observed it and can relate it to that being, the cause of it. I'm not sure. Positive is not rhesus factor. That is a myth. RH positive is not rhesus factor. It has nothing to do with a rhesus monkey. That is a myth. And let me show you how honest I am. I used to teach that when I was dumb. So I know I corrected my own dumb mind from believing that RH positive was associated with a rhesus monkey. It's not. It has nothing to do with rhesus monkey.
All right.
Are we gonna drop the link, y'all?
It's already
have. Truth is up here. He's waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Truth.
Let's go.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, can I just get 1 second real quick?
Yeah,
well, and while you're doing that, can you source that Reese's monkey so that we can actually see what the name is, and you can do that breakdown?
That wasn't me.
That was somebody in the chat. That's not the brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with what that statement either that was written in the chat.
Go ahead, brother. Ask your question.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, peace everybody. How y'all doing? Salute to the sister, salute to the brother. It was a lot of things like tonight and the other day that you were speaking on this genetics that I agree with. And then, but it was a couple of things that you spoke on that I wouldn't necessarily say I disagree with, but you did brought some questions up in my mind that I think I need to go back and look a little bit deeper. Like one when you speaking on the sickle cell tonight, and one thing that I know about that is like, with us it's on our chromosome 11, but with all the other racial groups it's on their chromosome 16. And I was trying to figure out, if it could just pop up still to this day without like the parents passing it down or nothing like that. Why would it be such a difference between the grouping of people, like why ours fall on the chromosome 11 and these other racial groups fall on chromosome 16?
Yeah, that's the vertical transfer issue that we're talking about. And so now I'll answer it 2 basic ways. Genetic diversity determines disease pathology. All right. That's a huge subject, but it starts there and goes beyond it. Meaning this: how external pathogens and toxemia impacts people is based on genetic patterns. And so you are going to see that as Homo sapiens, we have a different biological design. And so an example of this, a sidebar of this would be vitamin D3. We were talking about vitamin D3. We using the same word, vitamin D3, but we don't even have the same molecule as them. Meaning, when you look at our vitamin D3 as people who are genetically diverse but have similarity amongst each other, our vitamin D3 that we synthesize from the sun is different from theirs. And what it does is different from theirs. And so back to your question on where this selective trait shows up on a chromosome, it shows two things. It shows the horizontal gene transfer of the initial pathogen from the mosquitoes that gave rise to this mutation. It shows us passing it down. And it also shows, if you look at that particular chromosome, and we don't even have enough time, we got to earmark some things, that when we have particular deficiencies with hemoglobin and iron, it's going to occur in that same place outside of other races of people who are going to have it in a different location. And this has everything to do with showing how distal we are from them as far as evolution. They are a younger, more highly mutated race. So where the disease is showing up shows it showed up at different times and on different genes, and that the genes are coding, the genes for hemoglobin for the coding are in different places for different biological groups. That's what I'm trying to say. And then we can go further with that communication. It's a biodiverse conversation.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, especially with that last part that you brought up about the different timing of these different well, not different, but the difference between where the first mutation and what is a latter mutation showing the latter people, the reason why it's transpiring on a whole different location on because I actually did a bill like 3 years ago, was talking about, I think that sickle cell mutation is much older based on the time frame that this parasite malaria go back. And also, it's different kinds of it too. Some only affect certain organisms. Mm-hmm. Like it's some that don't affect humans, just like the ones that affect humans might not affect different animal species and everything.
Right.
My last question would probably be that I think I was had a lot of questions for, but I'm gonna try to just simplify because I want to go back and look at the research myself and kind of see where you was coming from. You were speaking about, I guess, not necessarily evolution, but de-evolution that is really being taught in the opposite direction, and it should be taught going backwards. And I think it was on the talk about the chromosome 2 fusion. And I seen what you brought up, and that's always been one of my arguments too about that. And but I'm trying to understand that if it's in reverse, is there an area in the chromosomes of primates that we can see either that a fusion or insertion or a deletion that can show something drastic like that happen on that chromosome that can kind of pinpoint this de-evolution from us to them?
Well, as far as my current study, it's the addition of the chromosome set that is the causation factor. And that addition caused them to get a morphology of two particular things in their skin and their hair, and also affected their brain. as far as detailing on that chromosome 48, exactly pinpointing the processes of what is synthesizing those things on that chromosome, I can't give you that yet. That's more research. But I do know that whenever you have an addition of a chromosome to a species caused by whatever events gave rise to it, that will always lead to a progression of pathological disease. If you look in any organism, plant, animal, human, where there is an insertion of a chromosome, it has never in the history of biology, as far as I know, with all the data that I've been over, caused a species to be more advanced. It's always caused one to go through some type of pathological decline. And the reason why I'm highlighting the hair is because, again, hair is a sex organ. It determines, through the release of pheromones, our ability to be attracted to one another. And there's a study that was done on strippers and pheromones to prove this particular point. It's literally called the stripper study. And this is carried out by scientists. But the point is, we have eccrine glands on our skin, which are sweat glands. And the hair is an apocrine gland. When you go through hypersynthesis of hair, it is a sign of loss of fertility. And so we have enough studies in the human side to show on the Y chromosome, men who are super hairy, what's happening on the SRY region of the chromosome. We don't have it in, I don't have it for primates yet. But just studying morphology, when an organism that is in the human family gets excessive hair, it's because of the drop in the reproductive ability. And this is exactly what we see with the great apes. Their population sizes are very small and on the decline, to the point that they had to create conservatories to protect almost all of them. And that's just going to take more study of mapping out chromosome 48, not for its genome, because we have that. It is the epigenome of the 48 chromosome that we don't have. And that's what I would need in order to bring proof of everything that I'm saying about the on-off switches of the great ape family. But I can calculate maybe about 3 years, 2 years, we'll have all that information.
That's why I was saying, like, I wouldn't necessarily say like that. When I was saying earlier, like, I wouldn't necessarily say I disagree, because those things that you mapping out right now, you know, they're definitely evidence of something there. And, you know, but it would take a little bit more to prove time, that. Yeah.
The machine that I would need to do that, it costs $325,000. I just brought another machine, a Next Q500, that I do the DNA methylome, so I could do a lot of testing. But I just gotta get the bread up to get this other machine, which we gonna get it, you know.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. But you know, I like a lot of the work that you've been putting out. You know, man, salutes to you on that.
Sure.
And to Dulcie, I dropped something in the back for you.
Oh yeah, I got it. And I was for it. Definitely.
Yeah, if you click on that geobiology, it sends you to the direct source, you know, as well too. That's something that I was supposed to brought up in my debate where I told you I got lost in tabs. That was one of them right there, you know, just to give you some little ammunition. Take a look at it. I think you could do something real nice with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna pop down.
Right, that's love.
Oh yeah, we got to support each other, you know, and especially support the ones that really been digging in and doing the work, you know, because our people, you know, even ourselves at one point in time was indoctrinated. And, you know, man, I just like all the information that is coming out. You know, a lot of times just people talking about it And you know, it's a lot more showing proof right now. And I seen this sister battle 5 people at one time. And every time that I hear her talk, you know, I know what she's talking about because this is something that I've been digging in real hard for like 2-3 years myself now to even understand it. You know, it's one thing to say I disagree with something. It's another thing to say, well, let me find out why I disagree. Let me understand how this works so I can be able to composite an understanding about this. And a lot of times, man, once you learn how it works and everything, you can spot the bullshit in every peer review article. That. They'll tell on themselves. They'll give you this whole big long 3 paragraphs about the possibilities where they'll make it seem like it's definite, and then right at the end it'd be like, well, due to the absence of evidence or assuming or possible,
Right.
that
I was going to
means
say
not
that. And
definite.
I love when those journals and they're like, well, to get to these answers, we had to make this presumption, and we had to make it be this. I'm like, you just made so many presumptions that are unproven that can't be like the same answer after you take out all those presumptions.
Yeah, but you know, peace to y'all. I'm gonna jump down. You know, I know some other people that want to ask questions. Salute to you, Chief Ali. Salute to all the sisters on here, and Dulcinea, I can't wait to see your upcoming debate. That's gonna be a real good one.
Hot debate.
Yes,
Okay,
for
let me
sure.
jump in here with a quick question while you're fresh on that, because Ali, you said that. So you said that a man or a male or a person, I'm thinking you're talking about men though, who has less hair reproduces more than a primate with excessive hair. So if he has
What I'm
excessive
saying
hair,
is that
he's less than he's infertile.
what I'm saying is that when you look at morphology in the human species, we have 2 types of glands on the skin: sweat glands, eccrine glands, which are eccrine glands, and apocrine glands, which are hair glands. Both of them deal with thermogenesis, which is control of body temperature. The reason why you sweat is because we want to cool the body off. We're cooling the body off because the blood is acid with carbon dioxide, and it needs to get to a certain pH in order for the body functions to resume. So, you know, you can get exercise. Imagine being tired all the time. What is tired all the time a sign of? It's a sign you're sick and you have physiological things going on inside of your body. That's a problem. And you will have corresponding temperature, all right, fever, and other things that are signs that you are sick. So hair and sweat deal with thermogenesis. Okay. And so sweat glands are eccrine glands. Hair glands are called apocrine glands. All right. The question that we have to ask now, we have to go back to our conversation on human evolution and ask the question, which polymorphism existed first? Was it hair and pale skin, like evolutionary biology is taught from a Eurocentric and global standpoint, or was it dark skin and eccrine glands? So in modern evolutionary biology, they teach that pale skin and hair was primary, and that dark skin and eccrine glands are an adjustment through natural selection. I'm saying I disagree with that. And then when we rewind and say, why do you disagree with that? Because evolution is supposed to be about fitness. Fitness being the ability to reproduce, which we have to measure fertility. The most fertile people on the planet have dark skin and eccrine glands. The people who have the least fertility are hairy and pale. So now, when we rewind the tape of evolution, instead of believing in evolution as a progression from primitive to more advanced, the thesis that we are providing is that human biological polymorphism says, no, we have to see which one is more efficient, because nature deals with efficiency and genomic stability. So Go back to the equation of the hair and hair becoming something that produces all over the body. You're dealing with an organism attempting to release more odorants and pheromones to stay fertile and fit. That is a response mechanism to something that happened in the environment. And since we know for a fact that we can measure the population rates amongst great apes and amongst people with pale skin who have more eccrine glands and they have less fertility fitness, your question is answered. But the problem is you can't go up in a peer-reviewed journal and say that. They're going to fire your ass as a scientist, because who is funding these particular things? This is why I always say science is political. It's socially engineered. And this is why we need our own machines, our own institutions. So even the people in the chat who calling me pseudo, we can show that they are socially engineered to follow the evolutionary church. It's no science in that. So when you look at our skin is the evidence that we have the ability to control temperature better with melanin and sweat glands. And that the other groups who are less fertile are going through a bad response. They need help with their fertility, and the evidence is in their polymorphism, their physiology. It's showing you that they're trying to survive, that they are in decline. So that question that can go on forever, and we can add more science.
Exactly. Okay, so but you're saying something when you sit and say that sometimes when you pull up these evolutionary sources, they are backed by Christians. Because that's what I found. When you sometimes when you pull up these
Oh, I
sources,
don't know nothing
depending on
about
the
that. I don't care
funding,
what their religion is. Like a lot of scientists are in the world are Christian or Muslim or atheists, or I don't know. That
so
doesn't
then
matter to
why
me.
do you think they
Yeah,
spend so
majority
much
of them
money
are
on
Christians.
so then if they believe in creation, then why do you think they spend so much money on evolution? Because they actually
No,
absolutely
I
fund
mean,
a lot
they
of the platforms, a lot of the sources that a lot of people pulled up. If you actually was to do the legwork and the research, you will find a religious source funding that, funding that platform, or funding, you know, the source, and or enable in order for the person to be able to put the source out there. You will find that funding a lot of the times is a religious based funding source. And so why is that, you think, though, if these people are creationists, yet they fund a lot of activity in evolution?
I can't verify that story, so I wouldn't say that that's the fact, because many of them are atheists. Some of them are Christian. It varies. I think we're dealing from my response to your question. I think more we're dealing with the politics of science and social engineering, and how people's curriculums must be controlled. And so that is a political issue that could either maintain your rule or disrupt your rule in education. And so, regardless of their religion, the higher academy of scientists and people who are providing funding for them see it as a issue of governance and the control of the psychology of people. And so if that is the case, then they're not going to do or allow you to present any information, whether it's based on scientific facts or not, that disrupts that. We have several people in science who went through this. Virginia Steen McIntyre, she is an archaeologist and geologist who discovered the evidence of hominids 250,000 years ago based on accredited zircon fusion dating methods in Huatlaco, Mexico. Well, the problem is that's not supposed to be there. That evidence is not supposed to be there. What happened to her? They ruined her career. You can go 1 point for scientists who speak against the academy with techniques that they learn from the academy and watch their careers go. And so the religious standpoint is mute. What's important is white folks want to rule and they don't want you ruling. And so they create a curriculum, and your job is follow my peer review. And if you don't, I will ostracize you. And I'm going to ostracize your career if you work for me. And so we see this happening.
Yeah, because
And
you know what?
OTK, let me get in really quick
Oh
as
yeah,
far
yeah.
as
Hold
it.
on. Let me land though. Let me land. Let me land.
Well,
So
because you're incorrect though of what you were saying,
yeah,
because
it doesn't
the
matter
fact
about
of
the
it,
incorrect.
but
I'm just
yeah, but
saying.
I just
I'm
want to
just saying. Let
say,
me land so that you can talk.
yeah,
That's all
one
I'm
second
saying.
though. Let me just say, because you brought up the Christian sources, what happens with it
Yeah,
is
but
not
hold
that
on.
these
Let me
Christian
no.
people are
Before you even
funding.
say that though, see, because you can say that right after I land. It's not gonna
Yeah,
take
but they're
long
not
because
funding
you
those
may be
things.
speaking
What
to
they're
a
doing
point
is
that I want to
they're
sit next.
citing research. They're citing research that are from the other side, but they barely fund it. So there are Christian
Dulcinea,
organizations.
let her
There,
finish because it's just going. She's not. It's not on mute and people can't hear you. It's coming
okay, I
back.
just want to say that that's not true as far as the Christian organizations are the ones that are funding the research. A lot of them are the ones that are citing those specific researchers, like Dr. Ali was saying, that have been pushed out of the mainstream science or anything. So it's not that like Discovery Institute, Answers in Genesis, et cetera, are the ones that actually push for the research. Sometimes they are, but majority of times they are actual scientists and researchers that they're quoting. It's not that they funded it, it's just they're quoting them. And I think she left. So OTK, ask your questions and then she'll probably come back.
Hey, I want to say peace to Dr. Ali Muhammad. I'm gonna call you a doctor, man, because you say you're healing people out here. I've been studying you a long time, watching you for a long time. You and such had a debate, man, and that's when I really gained respect for you. Is it all right to say assalamu alaikum to you?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, salam, brother. That's fine. Absolutely.
Okay. I want to greet. I want to greet you in the right way. I just want to ask you two questions, and I'm gonna ask you it, and I'm gonna jump off, and I just want you to expound on it. Okay. Peace to all my queens. Unscrambled minds. Thank y'all for letting me up,
Peace,
man.
OTK.
OTK.
Hey, listen,
Gang,
y'all
gang,
do
gang.
some of the most wonderfulest shows, and I swear, y'all sisters keep doing what y'all doing, and you know I got y'all back 1,000 and more. You already know.
And you know we got
Doing
yours.
what- Keep doing what y'all do, man.
And
Um,
you know we got yours.
thank you. Um, I'm gonna give you two questions, Dr. Ali. My first question will be, hold on, I might need you to answer one part of this question real quick before,
Yes, sir.
okay? With the sickle cell uh, um, trait and anemia, two different things, right?
Well, sickle cell is a form of anemia. Then you have other forms of anemia that they have classified. But I disagree with their classification system totally. So, but yeah, you have sickle cell anemia. Then you have
Mhm.
other forms of anemia in their classification system. Yep.
Okay, so what do we classify this anemia that they that fights off malaria? The sickle cell that fights off malaria.
That is an adaptation to malaria. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. So that adaptation came from was found in African people, right? People that came from Africa because they adapted that to fight off malaria over there, right? Am I
Right.
correct?
Right.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this: did they bring malaria over here to North America, or was a form of malaria already here?
I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know.
See,
I
see,
can
so,
find you an
so
answer to that question though, probably within hours.
okay, so that's why we got to be careful how we say that trait was developed only by Africans over there in that type of environment. Because if you look over here, we had the same swamplands over here. Because you got these stories where even Massa had to go either upland in South Carolina, or either he had to go back to Africa because of malaria. So if malaria was already over here before they came, what would we call that trait? Would that also be called sickle cell to fight off malaria, or was it only sickle cell for them? Because
So now,
even though sickle cell came across here, we know that we still survived through that sickle cell. So that means we already had to have that sickle cell trait to fight off malaria, or a form of that. But we call it sickle cell because it was known over there. And the reason why I'm asking you that, because people say, oh, if you got sickle cell, that means you're an African American. And no, that doesn't mean that, because malaria was already over here. And I'm in South Carolina. I'm right next to Charleston, brother. In
that's
the
where I'm from, bro.
swampland. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm from Goose Creek. You know what I mean?
I'm from Columbia.
Ewan Indians, Seawee Indians, all that. Eddie Stowe, Wasamasa, all that. Yeah, that's all I study. American history in South Carolina. I stick with my state. I stick close to my county. So I just wanted to ask you that. That was one of my questions. So you said me you're gonna answer that later. So my other question was, do you think that everybody is saying this out of Africa theory because that only most of the research has been done over there and not too much research has been done over here in the Americas? And that's why we saying that everybody come out of Africa now, because it could be a multi where everybody been at the same place at the same time, or could have been created. So I'm asking you about this theory. Is that the reason? Because not too much research has been done over here.
I think that the research has been done here, and it's been cloistered and kept amongst small circles of the academy. And if it hadn't been done, I'd probably be missing some of it. But my position is that the research has been done, and it's being masked and hidden from the people, and that what has been disseminated is causing people to lean towards the out of Africa and the out of Eurasian theory. But as far as attacking it and dismantling it, I think that that's easy to do. It's easy to dismantle that whole theory because of all the holes that are in it that we've been talking about it, all this time. It's based on, first of all, human evolution, which is a weak formation of a thesis or a theory to present to people as it's presented now. Yeah, and then secondly, is not accounting for the antiquity of man and woman as Homo sapiens. And so it's my position that we are much older, and it's known we're much older, but because that much older is kinky hair and dark skin across the planet, then that's a problem. It's a problem psychologically for the world to admit that you and I are the original man and woman. It's a problem because once you start teaching that psychologically, it changes the behavior in our group, and it changes the behavior in other groups. And so that's politically driven science that we have before us.
So let me ask you this. If we was all together at one time, it didn't matter who you was, we was all together because we had a common goal, a common people to fight. Where did we go wrong at? Where did the separation begin at? And I'm not going to say religion, because religion had us together at one time. All different religions had us together at one time, and even people was trying to bring all different religions together. So I don't want to put religion into that. But where do you think, was it science or was it man?
Well, it depends on what period that you're looking at. I think that there was one particular period in history. Well, there are multiple ones, but one particular period in history that there's a heightened level of awareness amongst indigenous people about their traditional story about the origins of themselves and these other people. And when we had that, the unity was high because we had a common value system about where everybody came from. Now, let me use this example, and some people might not like this, but I'm going to use it. It's okay. The Quran says that the ape family was a curse placed upon certain people. And that was taught widely all throughout Africa for a certain period. It created a golden age in science to the degree that Charles Darwin stole most of his information from the Book of Animals from a black indigenous Muslim scientist named Al-Jahiz. His teacher, Samuel Lee, was a Jew who learned Arabic and gave Charles Darwin all of these manuscripts in Arabic. But I'm saying that to say Al-Jahiz also had a book called The Glory of the Black Race Over the White Race, where he goes into stuff like I talk about the variation. And I'm trying to say that there was a consciousness on this planet around that time that did not allow for a fake peer review world where the indigenous people were confused. Confused communications is what breed this unity. And so now that they have confused the communications on the origins of who, what, and whatever, this is what's causing the division. And so my position is whenever we give other people the autonomy to be our teachers and don't have our own institutions is where we fail. Every time we had institutions up, Egypt, Mexico, whatever period, we shining. Every time we decided to integrate to a degree that we lose our institutions, regardless of the religion.
Yep.
That's where we fall. And so it's a simple equation. America rules the world through institutions. Whether the information is correct or not, don't matter. They're ruling through institutions. How we're going to come back up is get our heads together, put together midwifery, health, science, agricultural institutions, share the data between ourselves and indigenous Africans, indigenous Americans, and build our strength. Because then we won't have to wait on a peer review from an outside party that might have an ulterior motive. We will have our own peer reviews that are honest and they're put forth for the purpose of the advancement of the group. We don't got that going on right now. We got a bunch of liars and stealers and fakers and people who want to control us. And so that's what we're dealing with. And it's causing us to argue. There's people in the chat arguing with me now, calling me legendary pseudo. I'm not upset with you because you're doing that. I understand where that mindset comes from.
So pretty much history and science go hand in hand.
OTK, trying to get back to my point.
Oh. So history and science is pretty much hand in hand. It's only written by the winners.
There you go. Simple. That's simple.
Hey, peace, Dr. Ali, man. I appreciate you. I hope to speak to you again. Peace to y'all, sisters. Hey, I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
111 truth.
Thank you.
Your brother.
Thank you.
Hey, I like for you. Hey, what's up with you, brother? Hey, I like for you to stay. I wanted to touch on something you spoke on, but I know the sister been waiting, so I want to let this let the lady get it up.
I gotta listen. I gotta step off for a second. It's all good. We'll come back to that.
You sure?
To that point that me and Dulcie was talking about. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
y'all did. I want to. I'm sorry. What'd you say, brother?
Peace to you.
Peace to you too, family. How you doing?
All right, I'm good. Blessed. 7-4. I know you from the Shy too.
Yes, sir.
Everything good. I follow you.
Appreciate you.
Calumet Park.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know exactly where. Yeah, I got family out there. Yes.
The question you're gonna ask me, are you want a response or you just about to go into dialogue to what I had said? I'm gonna just go ahead and log off. So if
No,
somebody
no,
wants,
I want you to hear it real quick. It's just some information
Yeah,
on a
you can
question that you
stay.
brought
There's
up.
room, so you can stay, OTK.
I heard you when you were speaking on the sickle cell and about evidence of it being in America. And you know, your premise was that it's originated from Africa and it was bought here, so it's they trying to make the connection that way. And I say the counter response to that is that the bones of the Maya. That's a source that you need to look into, where they get to talking into uh pre-Columbia period, um pre-dynastic and post-dynastic of those areas up over there. And one thing that they found was sickle cell, uh, signs of sickle cell inside of the bones. And you know, I ran across this argument through Dr. James Winters. You know, shout out to him. And I noticed that he was having an intelligent argument with some other scientists, and they never addressed his points. Only thing that they criticized him for, and I agree with him on it, was that he was trying to Afro-centralize everything. But they never addressed his points, which made me go there, and it showed the telltale signs of an iron amenity deficiency inside of the bones. And this is what he was pointing to. So, you know, I had to start studying what these words and these terms mean. Uh, Parodic hyphosis, where they was located at. You know, why would these be used to be like telltale signs of this type of deficiency and evidence of this being so this was one source that I was able to run across. Shout out to him. But I took that same understanding and then started studying not only just the Mayans, but the remains that they found over here in North America. And you found these same you found these same signs also in the bones in North America as well too. Then to double top up on it, going into the insect biology, the oldest form of malaria, the second oldest form of malaria that can actually infect a human was found in the Dominican Republic going back 15 million years ago, and that was found in tree sap. The oldest fossilized form of this malaria that can also affect humans as well too was found in Montana, and it's the oldest regardless of fossilized and sample, but this is the first fossilized one that had the actual blood pathogen inside of its belly, and it go back 46 million years ago in Montana. Now, one thing when you get into insect biology, especially dealing with this parasite right here, it only mutate to be able to affect a new host that it couldn't affect on its old form of structure. So why would a parasite that can affect humans be alive even around that time? That's a whole different understanding. But the evidence is there to show and suggest that sickle cell was over here well before any cross travel. And on top of that, when they finally started doing tests for malaria for to help the Africans that was dying of it, the babies by the millions still to this day, they tested it on two brothers up out of the Americas. And I never understood that, like, if you're testing for a parasite in a certain region, and if the immunity protection is there already, why wouldn't you use two people over there to test for antibiotic for people up over there, but you use two brothers up out of America? So that's just a couple of things I want to point out to you, bro, that I say study and look into, and then you can just come up to your own conclusions with it.
yeah, I appreciate that, bro.
Thank
I
you for that.
appreciate that 1,000. I appreciate that. But you know, I found out my research just studying within my state in South Carolina, because you know all of Charleston and all that was swampland. That was all rice.
They still ride them yellow trucks around that spray the thing out the back for the
Yes,
mosquitoes like they did in Mississippi.
Bruh, that's great.
Yeah.
yes,
That one
yes,
for us though, we was cool. That was for them to be in those areas, bro. And you also know
yes,
that they really didn't come south of Virginia until like the late 17, early 1800s, because they had to use, our people had to dig the trenches, you know, to clear the swampland out to get rid of the mosquitoes, because every time they come south, they kept dying of yellow fever, which is basically malaria from you know, from them insects down there, man. Yeah.
yes. Yeah. See now the malaria that we got over here, it comes in North America and South Carolina. It comes in different forms. Like you said, yellow fever. You get different symptoms from it. And yes, all of this was swampland. We are still below sea level right now to this day. You know what I mean? That's why we got wells. We don't need city water. We dig our own wells. And we pump water from the ground here because we still below sea level because we right off the Atlantic. You know what I mean? Where I'm at. So and that's a good thing, man. Because he was talking about the city water with the contamination. Contamination comes through city water. If you don't got the right filtration system coming out your water meter before it come out your faucet, you getting all that contamination. Us, we filter ours as soon as it come out the ground. We filter it before it go into a tank, and then it gets filtered again, and then comes through the system. This is what I do. I do irrigation, so I study this and all that. Thank y'all.
I think something happened. I was going to ask you, OTK, too. Have you ever researched to see all the experiments they did in South Carolina? They did some with yellow fever as well, too, but they
Oh
were able
yeah.
to get vaccine and get a lot of those things because of experimenting on so-called slaves in South Carolina.
Well, hold up. It wasn't just the slaves. They say it was the
Well, I
slaves.
know they say it was slaves, but that's why I
It
said
really.
call for
Let
you.
me tell you. Let me tell you what they really was testing, baby girl. The mosquitoes. We got mosquito farms here where they test the mosquitoes. That's where they learn how to get the vaccination from. Because remember when that West Nile came through? When they was
Mm.
looking for that? Yes. So, baby girl, I'm up on it. Thank you, though. I'm up on it, though. They can't fool me with the trickery, but I'm up on it. They was testing the mosquitoes. And we still have mosquito farms here today. We still have bee farms here today where they breeding these bees so they can be less attractive. And but when they do that though, they taking them and stopping them from pollinating. But that's another subject. You know what I mean? So Dr. Ali, brother, I appreciate you. One truth. Appreciate you, Dulcinea. I'm gonna look into that and definitely unscramble minds. Peace to y'all, Queen. Good show as always.
Thank you, OTK.
Before you leave, OTK, real quickly, before you guys leave, he is a big supporter. Lee, I don't know if you know the brother. They have a channel called they go live on the Roundtable Game, right? So please check them out. If you haven't subscribed to them, they have great conversation, and it's a male panel, and it's very diverse, just like we are in terms of their age. Yeah, the brothers definitely. So.
Yeah, peace to you, bro. And I dropped the link in the back to you for that Bones of the Maya. I got the actual book, but this is a starting point with a few sections up in the actual book that you can click on, and then you can go from there to go get the actual copy of the book with it. I got the physical, but you could probably find a PDF that you could pay for to get the full research details. And this is directly from the source of the people that actually did the excavation, the bioarchaeology, everything in those sites over there, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I also was Dulcinea and Unscrambled Minds. They also was over here promoting your debate that you just had with YK the Truth. AP came over here and chilled with us, and they was promoting your channel too. These sisters promote any
Oh
black channel
yeah, 3-0 them,
they
bro.
was promoting. So make sure you show them love and peace to y'all, man.
Thank you. And Mr. Metro, that's just one guy, which yes, he did do vaccines. I think he was specifically for yellow fever. I'm not quite sure right now. It's in my debate, so I'll know as far as in a little bit. But that's just one of them. There's many. And the smallpox vaccines started in the 1800s, well before he even started. I think some even in the 1700s. So, yeah, they have been experimenting on indigenous people for a long time. But yeah, they did come up with vaccines from testing indigenous people, but he wasn't the first one. Edward Jenner wasn't the first one.
Matter of fact, if you want to study the history of vaccines, you can go to Persia, where they were making the first vaccines amongst the Persians. And this was maybe about 900 years ago. I forget the actual data. I got it in one of my little publications somewhere, but somebody can pull that up. First vaccines amongst the Persians.
I have another question if no one else has one. It probably is a little bit, it's a little bit different, but I do see some of my Hebrew brethren in the chat, so it made me think of this. We often have a lot of discussion here on Unscrambled Minds as well, just in terms of like the role of women, right? Or the place that they are supposed to quote unquote have, right? In society. So, and oftentimes I hear, well, women shouldn't teach, women, when it comes to certain types of information or when it comes to certain types of like dialogue, I guess women are supposed to not, be supposed to be mute, so to speak, right? And so I know that when I was looking up more information about you, Ali, I saw, if I'm mistaken, I think it was one of your wife on a flyer or whatever with the midwifery. Am I correct? So,
oh yeah,
okay.
We have a midwifery class. Yep, coming up. Yep.
Great. Yeah. So I just wanted to shine some light on that, right? In terms of you guys' business. Can you share some information about that? But also, what do you see as the role, right, of your wives and your family, and what do you see as the role of just women in terms of teaching?
In terms of teaching,
quote unquote,
the woman is the first teacher. She's carrying the baby. So she has a psychic connection, biological, psychic, spiritual connection to the child, and she is gestating that child. So you can't express how important that is. And I always say this, and people take it the wrong way. I say that once women learn the power of the womb, 90% of the problems on the earth end, because they are forming the beings that are coming into existence, and they have a dominant role in that process. So her role is primary teacher to all of us. And so with that being said, if I'm the enemy to human progress, I'm going to attack women and the birth process to make sure I manufacture the type of socially engineered being that I want. If I want a healthy society, then I'm going to do what we're doing, which is talking about a course on midwifery, on preconception, conception period, and postpartum, in that whole process to enlighten women on things that they can do to help their families. And so that whole course is about that. It's literally our lives, because it's based on the events of the birth of our children. I have 6 children. 4 of them were born at home and 2 of them were not. And that's just because we were traveling at a time we weren't able to set up. And so, I had a child. My youngest girl was born in 45 minutes with no pain. She's 13 now. And so a lot of this is going into the material of the class, but the class is about teaching women various things they might not know. Like, for instance, did you know that you could choose the gender of your child prior to conception?
I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah, you can choose that. Choose that based on it's based on a system called a Manziel system, but we updated it to just a part. And so we often think of chromosomes determining gender, but we have to look at energies that influence the Earth magnetic field that influence gender. And the Russians did a whole study in a book called The Geomagnetic Field in Life, where they used magnetism to determine gender. But I'm saying that to say, you as a woman and as a husband and future father and mother, you can choose the gender of our child, and we need to be choosing the gender of our child and appropriating a nutrition based on that gender, so we can avoid a Lil Nas X or some other things where people think that they're being born with inclinations to be gay. No, there is ignorance that is governing the gestational process, the stress levels, etc., where a woman might be completely stressed. She's conceived a boy. Now she's eating foods that are going to give him the inclination to feel like he's more feminine because of epigenetic impact of what she's doing. So we go through that kind of thing. We go through the actual birth process and how you're able to have a child without pain. That goes into the blue lotus and some of the other plant entheogens that we advise using during that time where labor has started. We go through so much. Oh my God, it's just crazy.
Can you share? Do you have like a flyer, anything to share, or do you have?
Oh yeah, I can go
classes?
straight to it. Yeah, I'll just go straight to the website and show y'all where it is. All right, so if you go to this website right here, Aboriginal Medical Association, it's right on the front page where we doing a course. Am I showing that? Wait a minute. Nope, I'm showing the wrong thing. Let me stop that.
And yeah, I have a question too while you're pulling that up. When they say there's, this certain age where it's starting to get, well, problematic for women to continue to have children or anything, or they should, think about, because they're in geriatric pregnancy ages. What do you say to that? Like, should they not be having children in those ages, or is there a way around as far as health to continue to have children once you're older?
If they have prepared themselves, then yes, they can have children into upwards age, because they're not aging at the same rate as we're counting times they're going around the sun. So if they are living a certain lifestyle, I would say yes. If they haven't lived that lifestyle, I agree that they shouldn't be having children, because they're going to have a very high instance of birth defects and problems. And that just has everything to do with social behaviors of common people, what they eat, how they live, and how that's causing them to age. But a woman, let's say, who starts eating a certain way and living a certain way, after years, she can repair her reproductive organs and she can give birth to children at 50 or 60. It's up to her. And we have cases of that, across the planet where we see that going on. So, yeah, we everything is based on a level of knowledge and self-awareness. So I would say if she is able to get the type of information we give out, she can have a baby whenever she want to have a baby. So here we have the curriculum. This is at Aboriginal Medical Association. I'll share this in the chat just so people could, if you're interested. You can see we talk about nutrition, exercise, gender planning, nullifying emergencies and problems with the birth, postpartum, support networks. We put together a whole plan for each woman, like a written plan. And so this goes through all of that. Breast milk, some women have problems producing breast milk, and that has everything to do with her nutrition and her stress levels. There are things that she can take throughout her gestational period with the baby where she will have milk galore. She won't have no problem producing milk. We talked about pain and entheogens, plant entheogens to use. We have a process where we use CBD, blue lotus, combo, other plant medicines where we can get them to a strength where you won't have any pain at all. just no pain. And we, you know, the sisters can testify to all of this, what we're saying. And then as a person who takes the course, you get diagnostic equipment, you get a free midwife bag with some of the plant-based medicines and all of the tools, the first aid type of tools that you would need. And the diagnostics machine is something you would use on your clients. You get taught in the training how to use that diagnostic machine to give your clients tests as a birth worker. We show you how to contract so you can protect yourself when you're doing business. And yeah, this is just a whole thing. So I'm going to share this in the chat for any women who are interested in that course, because once you take the course, in the tribe, we can contractually protect you as a midwife, doula, birth worker, whatever you're working, and you become a part of a network. You know, Asasia and Makeda have both been midwives for 12, 13 years, and you know, they birth children all over the planet. Matter of fact, Summer Walker's daughters were birthed by her. You know, I mean, children were birthed by her. She didn't have daughters; she has one thing. She has two now, though. But anyway, yeah, this course is a course that is very, very, very powerful, and it's an opportunity for entrepreneurship with women birth workers. And we have a phase where you can do a dissertation on any aspect, and we help you get your material published about various aspects of birth. So now you can have textbooks that you create from that as well. So yeah, fun stuff. We do all this types of stuff, you know, with the medical association.
I think that's dope. You took the words out of my mouth in terms of just supporting Black entrepreneurship. I always say, like, at least you're doing something, you know. I
Mhm.
think it's very easy to, at times, throw salt at, quote unquote, or it's very easy to nitpick or critique. But at least you're doing something, right? And it's in your lane that
Yes,
you and
ma'am.
your family are creating, right? Your movement, your manifestations to leave a legacy, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yes, ma'am.
So even if, when you said something in the beginning of the conversation, just about how some of your thought processes have evolved or have changed over time, it's not stupid and it's not dumb. That you're supposed to, right?
Yeah.
Like, as we get older, we become wiser, right? And I always say that iron sharpens iron, and the only way to get that, you know what I'm saying, is applying that kind of pressure. So
Mhm.
at least you're doing something, right? So as Sakina used to say, it's sort of like on a chicken bone, you eat the meat, spit the bone. Take what works for you and keep moving, or not. But
Mhm.
at least there's an option, and at least you're doing something. I just wanted to say that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on that note too, I have to say, like, how important it is to have a midwife and a doula advocating for you. I didn't have a doula the first time, but I was just lucky enough because my sister-in-law is going through school to be a doctor, and then my brother-in-law's ex-wife was a nursing nurse with the babies, and I forgot what it's called. But when I was going through and I was doing a natural labor and I was at home, they didn't believe I was as far as I was because of the fact that I could verbally talk. They said, like, most people, if they were further along, they wouldn't be able to make complete sentences like I was. So they kept pushing me to stay until a point where, like, my sister-in-law was like, no, it's like a minute and a half apart. She needs to come in. And I came in 10 meters dilated. I would have just had the baby at home pretty much if they had
Right.
kept pushing me to stay home. But it's just so important for us to have those certain things. My niece, she had preeclampsia and different things, as far as the nurse not really looking out for her or making sure everything was good. So there's so many times where they just don't really understand our pain tolerance, don't really understand us. So having that is really wonderful as far as for our women to be able to advocate for each other.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I
Peace.
agree with
Are you
everyone.
in Mexico? Because she said her Wi-Fi is about to go out. Are you in Mexico already? I think she got in today. Have fun.
Yay!
Hi,
Yes,
Lola.
cheer lady.
Hello,
We have
Lisa.
to go to Mexico.
Mm-mm.
Well, listen, ladies, I got to get out of here because I got some work to do before I get up at 4:30.
Yes, and we kept you all night. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody's input. I thank you for inviting me, sister. If you ever need me to come on and talk about anything, I'm open to it.
I would love for your wives to come on and have a conversation about them in wifery. I love stuff like that. That's dope.
Absolutely. We can do that. You can get them
Yeah,
on.
that would be dope.
Yeah,
That's what's
absolutely.
up.
And you were saying some of the people that you healed as well, and then some of the babies
Right.
that were birthed. That would be awesome. We would love to.
Yeah. Schedule something for us and we can bring a whole thing together. We can do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank the panel. I appreciate everything y'all offered. And I learned a whole bunch tonight too. So I'm an excellent student. I'm gonna take my notes back and improve and add on to the conversation. I appreciate everybody.
Peace. Peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
All right.
That was that was good. What you guys think? What y'all think, cousins?
I liked it. I thought it was good. I know there was points of contention, with some mainly the sickle cell thing when he was saying, but I thought he gave a lot of information, for us to really look into and different things like that I've always been wondering about. So, like you said, chew the meat, spit out the bones. If it's something that doesn't apply, let it fly. And then other things, definitely we should be looking into those things, especially when he got into the vitamin D3, the vitamin E, just different things of the herbs that can help us. I'm that blue locust, but it was definitely powerful. I thought it gave a lot of good information. And we're not primates, Mr. Metro. And if you come on November 18th, you'll see why.
That's right. That's right.
I really got some kind of understanding of where he comes from, other than what more of what everybody was saying. Did that make sense?
Say it again, Sakina.
More so, how you hear about somebody, and then the first time I ever heard whatever he talked about didn't match up to whatever I heard. So it didn't really, I guess from hearing him actually speak on his grounds, his basis, I guess it wasn't on, I guess maybe he's not speaking on Aboriginal, or he not even if he is speaking on Indian basis, it has more of a deeper principle. Do it make sense now?
Oh yeah. He's always been more of a Aboriginal as far as this. I've been following him for a long time. So he's never been on some this region versus this region. He's always been saying that Black people all over the world are the Aboriginals. So that's what I even say. When I believe, as far as the Aboriginal that I am, is that we're Aboriginals all over the world. Period. I don't think it's one region. I think it's the world that we are. I don't quite believe, in the degeneration or anything like that, but we definitely are the original people. And we can see, like what he was saying, that the original people all over the world are melanated. That's a fact.
Right. I mean, everything I don't like it, but I do appreciate him standing on his ground. I understand where he's coming from, some of it, not all of it, but I can dig it.
And Green Pill, I'll ask him. I mean, like, Well, I would ask Top Cats first, but I'll ask him for him to sit down with Top Cats or anyone. I don't think a lot of people would be against it. I mean, even if he wanted to get Jane Elliott or anyone, I don't know, Judge Joe Brown. I can't say him, even though he'll stay up all night talking all night. I don't know if Top Cats wants that, but I don't think he'll have a problem with it.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown deep.
Oh yeah, he deep. If you ain't ready to stay up till 6 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
invite
Your
him on.
man be like, we be like, okay, I know it's late, trying to he'd be like, nah,
He
nope,
was a
I'm
judge.
up.
He should have been something else other than a judge. He right. I mean,
Right, but he was a good judge too. We can't say that he wasn't entertaining when he was a judge, but man, now that he got time on his hands, he
Okay.
got time.
Okay. And
right.
he's almost 80, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
And he's 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 7 ladies that I'm out with tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. All right. Well, listen, if nobody else, listen. Yeah, Lolita, have a good time in Mexico, Jaja. They're in Mexico.
Right, you got in at the afternoon. What's happening? How's it going so far? You've been to the beach. You've been laying up in the weather. It's been raining here, so I'm like, should have gone. Peace, truth. Were you gonna say something? Sorry.
Oh no, it wasn't no rush. I just want to say peace to y'all. I appreciate y'all having me up. Uh Definitely got a new subscriber. Like the channel. Even when it seen a couple of y'all old ones, I seen the one with Jane Elliott, Check and Reggie. That shit was hilarious.
Don't start now, Truth. Don't start.
Yeah, no, that was hilarious. But no, y'all definitely bringing some good content, man. It's good to see man, y'all doing like some real serious conversations up over here. So I thank y'all for having me up here, man. And good luck to you on your debate, man. I already know you got locked in the bag, so
Thank you, and leave your information in the back because you should come up as well and really give us that information about America. That deep information some of us don't have.
yeah, that's fine. Let me drop my email in the back real quick.
Truth, where do you live? What state are you from?
I mean, I was raised in Mississippi and Chicago, but I stay in California now. But I'll be back from Chicago to California a lot though.
Wow, Mississippi. Wow.
Yeah, that's where I was born at, in the Delta, right off the river.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of history down there.
Yeah, a lot of deep history, man. Yeah, it's cool. That's where I got a lot of my knowledge from.
All right, y'all. I'm getting ready
And
to
our
drop
local
down.
Mississippian, I don't think he's in the chat anymore, but Chief Tyrone, but yeah, he goes in on that information about Mississippi. So do you adhere, I don't know how far into the Aboriginal or different things like that, but about the Mississippians and then the stuff where they say, Egypt was originally in those areas or Israel. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely call myself a Mississippian, and that's because I feel I know my bloodline is like up and down that river, and the concept of what Egypt is, we definitely had a lot of that up over there. Matter of fact, we got some of the oldest mounds in those regions than anywhere in the country, and it's definitely some insight into that, and I see why people say that, but I just don't adhere to the name Egypt being put on it. I feel like that's some foreign shit. But the
Right.
concept definitely. and you can see it up and down the river all the way into the Ohio Valley region, all through Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas. I do consider myself a Hebrew, not based on that book though, but based on archaeology, the writings that they done found over here, the customs, the practice, how we carried ourselves. It's a lot of things. Like I believe a lot of these outside religions stole from a lot of different spiritual systems that we had up over here, and that's why you find a lot of those connections. And they muddied the waters with how we was doing our thing and put their own spin on it, and then create the whole narrative behind it. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting though. We should definitely get you back and you expound on that. That would be good. But I think everyone, Sister Freedom, are you asleep? I think she might have gone out. It's just me. Nisha, you sleep too, or you up? Or is it just me, Keenan, Dots?
Surprise
y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night, man. I'll catch y'all sisters on another time. And my email in the back. Please feel free to reach out about anything. And peace to everybody in the chat.
Definitely will. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
thank you.
And just to reiterate, yes, this brother just had a debate about evolution and he killed it. He definitely won 3-0. It wasn't even close.
Who was he debating?
YK the Truth.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
Lord.
Listen,
Oh Lord.
was YK the Truth was the one that was going, nigga this and nigga that. Or was that you?
It might have been me, but he was pissing me off though. I ain't like the fact he didn't even read his information. He just tried to talk trash about me all night. I'm gonna watch my language now.
Listen.
Yeah, I would say that's why YK the Truth lost to me, because he spent so much time on saying, oh, he tried to bring up that whole Christian thing, be like, oh, he's just a creationist, and he didn't show information. So that's what it is. But yeah, Truth, I liked it. I was like, man, if I could say,
let me tell you something.
If I could say, nigga, you see this shit right here? You see this shit right here?
Oh, with it. I felt like he was Antoine Fisher's. I wanted to ask you how many niggas versus how many niggas versus you was calling them this one kind of nigga versus another kind of nigga, this plain nigga versus this other nigga. I was like,
yeah, hey, people's text. He's like, come on, bro, watch your language. I'm like, man, you right. But I told them
you was cooking. Let me tell you something.
I told them I was gonna destroy him because we really had a date before that date, but I had to have laser surgery for my gallstones. And he tried to make it seem like I went to the hospital to avoid him. So that kind of pissed me off that he would even think that highly of himself. So I had to destroy him, man.
Listen here. You cut the F up. I should cuss.
Now y'all making me want to go watch that.
You should go watch it. I'm the one.
I think they said in a couple weeks they do the replay, right? Is that how Aboriginal?
If you was there, you can still click the link and watch it because you bought it already.
Okay.
And that was an encore performance. Here, you showed up and showed out. I think I took notes. I can't find them. Listen, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, if he wasn't so busy trying to just discredit me, like I ain't know something, he could have won that second round because I got lost in my tabs. I ain't gonna need lie. I was messing up the second round.
No, you wasn't.
You
felt it in.
She said, no, you did. No, you wasn't.
Yeah, but now I'm waiting to see Dulcinea in Nepal because, like, respectfully, I think Nepal don't be knowing what the hell she be talking about a lot of times. So it's gonna be nice to see somebody I know what they talking about, humble the fuck out of her ass. Respectfully, though. Respectfully.
Oh, Sachi, I love you. Get over it. If he
What does
didn't
Sachi
win,
say?
the word nigga won. If anything, he won. He won.
Yeah, I'm dead, man. Y'all sister have a good night, man. I'm gonna talk to y'all.
Have a good night.
Bye, true.
Oh my goodness, that was a good debate. That was a great
It
debate.
was a good debate, and I do like how he talks. So I felt like it was very entertaining, and I'm glad they let it go through because I was like this because he was still giving the information though. He was like, "Oh no,
Right.
you gonna look at this source right here, nigga." You are.
Oh my goodness, that was so funny. Oh my goodness, I had to write that down. I don't know where I wrote it, but it was so funny. But yes, it was a great debate. They was tossing information back and forth.
Yeah,
But
and he brought up the Cambrian explosion and stuff like that. I can't go into details right now, but that's where I am with it too. Like,
Right. Be
I
quiet.
gotta look at that Cambrian explosion, y'all. Y'all gotta look into that.
yeah, y'all got to see that. Man, that was worth watching. I'm telling you, I felt like when Antoine Fisher said she called us so many niggas, we do it like it was our name. I said that woman got
Okay.
she said nigga, and they said ma'am. I said learn how to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
That woman had power. That's how he was on that debate. He was like that man had power.
Shout out to you, Massachusetts. I don't know. When I think of Massachusetts, I think of Maine. I just think of up there. I don't know. I just gotta go there and see what's going on for myself. I just think about the 13 colonies and Stephen King. I don't know. I have a whole look on what's happening up there.
Trains and bridges. I don't know why. It just reminds me of bridges and trains.
But yeah, I know there's way more black people in Massachusetts than Maine. Maine, I ain't trying to go. But Massachusetts, I go.
Really?
Yeah, Maine. There's no black people in Maine. Like,
but there's seafood, girl. I don't know if you eat seafood.
Is it good? Because that's what I'm saying. There ain't no
Fresh
black
as
people.
a
So I don't want clam chowder. I would come get this seafood to cook it myself, but can they cook it?
Nah, I ain't saying cooking, girl. I'm just talking about the quality and the freshness and the size.
Yeah.
I'll be trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too depressing.
What?
I wake up talking about it's raining again.
Oh,
I know that's why I don't want to. Even though people talk about how nice, what is it? What is it? Not Oregon, but what is that place on the West Coast that everybody talk about it? Portland. Well, not Portland, but it's up there, but by Portland that everybody be moving to in the West. But it rains there all the time. Seattle, yes, Seattle, Washington. Everybody talks about how nice it is, but they say it rains all the time, and I don't get how it can be nice and rain all the time.
They like, yeah. I can't.
There's like a lot of natural parks. That's why
Those
a lot of
don't go
greenery
together
and
for me.
shit like that.
Yeah.
And the greenery would be nice, but not raining all the time. Like if it rained a couple months, but all the time.
Yeah, girl.
You said when you think of Massachusetts, think of me. Hey, nephew.
Oh yeah, you are in Massachusetts, huh, Jay? You're in Boston, right?
Massachusetts.
Oh, that's right. Jay's in Massachusetts. Oh,
right.
That state is very liberal too. Like in terms of politics.
See, I think I just be giving it the wrong view because of Maine. It's not Maine. Massachusetts, not Maine. Massachusetts is Massachusetts.
What they represent?
What?
Like New York got the apple, Idaho got the potato. What do Boston got tea? What do Massachusetts got? Bunions.
Jay, what does Massachusetts got? I don't know.
What they got?
I have no idea.
All I think about is the Celtics. I would say leprechauns, but I don't know.
Oh, you Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, y'all got tea. Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, y'all. Oh yeah, okay then. Is that where the Liberty Bell at?
Yeah, they gotta have a lot of history up there, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, y'all. All right, I'm getting ready to drop down myself. Good night, everyone.
All right, good night. I'm about to hit it myself. It's almost 1 o'clock for a change. Uh-oh, we got Anton, yeah.
Oh
Anton,
my
yeah.
God. That was like right when we were about to close out a time.
Hey, I'm not gonna keep y'all long.
Oh, hey, Anton.
I've been in and out. I just want to say about brother Ali.
Mm-hmm.
That brother know what he's talking about. And the
Mm-hmm.
one thing about Ali is that he's sound and he's respectful. And
Mm.
a lot of people they always say source up or shut up. My
Mm-hmm.
thing is if you know how to, like what I say, like spit that shit like he do, and if you're not taking notes and then you want to call him pseudo, then that means that basically you already have a preconceived notion or perception about who you're listening to, and it's probably influenced by somebody else you already following. Now, my thing is, I've been listening to Ali for a minute. You know what I mean? And a lot of people you think about it like this. You know, when you fill out when you go look get a job, you look at the job description. The job description says either you need to have a degree or you need to have at least 5 to 6 or 8 years experience doing something. Now he has over 10 years doing what he's talking about. You don't necessarily need a degree. It's like apprenticeship. If you learn on the job and you can do what you need to do, as I've done, you don't need a degree. That means you are qualified to talk about those things. Now, all them big words he's talking about, like every time I listen to him, I take notes because number one, I want to see if he lying. See, this is what people need to do, and he tells people all the time, don't believe me, check it out, tell me I'm lying, and then I'll fix it. And then, as you was listening earlier, like when OTK asked him the question, he said, I don't know, but I will take some hours and I will come back with an answer. And he took notes. Like if you go on his channel, and this is for all the people, because I was listening to people, I was kind of in and out because I was doing other things. I was working. But I was looking at other people, and I don't know if you guys remember, I put in there, I said, I don't understand why people go out of their way to put shade on somebody. You know what I mean? They need to check their pH balance because it's like this brother put in the work. I mean, you go to his website, he put in the work. People might have their opinion about where it come from, what it is, but at the end of the day, he's doing it. And I think our people need to really understand that. And I'm really not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the chat because you guys were superb. All you guys were superb, and it was powerful because all your questions, everything, and you got to understand like the questions you guys started having because of course you gonna question. You know how y'all do when people come in there. You gonna beat him up a little bit, see how strong he is, as a man, and then you guys are gonna give him the qualified questions. But at the
You
end of the
figured
day,
out the formula, Anton. How you figure out the formula now?
man, how many times I gotta tell you guys I got four
Right.
sisters
How
and a
many
mama?
times have we done that to him?
Yeah. How many times I told y'all I got four sisters and a mama? Y'all don't scare me. You know what I'm
I know
saying?
that's right, Anton.
Nah, we had
So
you go at one time though. Don't front. We had you one time.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
because we
yeah.
had
But
tagged each other in.
you
That was
did.
unfair that night. We were like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
now me.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, y'all caught me off guard. I was like, what? What'd you say? You know what I'm saying? I got to my little soprano voice, like, huh? But nah, yeah, y'all beautiful. But
No,
you
I
know,
agree
the
with you wholeheartedly. I think a lot of people are coming at him the way they're coming because their science is their religion. It's not just science anymore. But say all his conclusions are wrong, right? The part for science that he's collecting and doing experiments and getting data and results, even if his conclusions were all wrong. That's invaluable because what he's searching into is something that other people aren't. So we can actually take a look at what his data, what his results are, and we can come up with our own conclusions. That's what science is.
Exactly.
Questioning that
Absolutely.
stuff, but without those experiments, without the data, without the results, then you just making up shit. And that's what a lot of the other science is.
Absolutely.
Just
Like
making it up.
give yourself a bomb, because if you actually look up, and what I did was I said, let me go to my thesaurus and let me go to my, because I was in my books. I said, let me go look at the thesaurus. Let me go to my thesaurus and let me go to etymology. What is the etymology of pseudo? It means false. So if he's false and all he's doing is quoting the things that he's researching on other so-called scientists, then everything that they're saying is false. So the bottom line is there's no definitive answer, and that's what people need to understand what science is. It's always evolving, it's always changing because it's somebody's best guess.
There it is.
I mean,
It's the
come on, sister,
consensus.
you already
Yeah.
know what's happening. See, this is why I don't get into that. I'll take his science and then I'll put it on the ground. I'll put it where my feet are planted because that's where I understand. But outside of that, there's nobody in the melanated field that can mess with him. Bottom line. Bottom line. You know what I'm saying? I've been listening to this dude for a long time. This dude spits it like nobody else. And he's able to give a qualified answer. And if he don't know, he's saying he don't know. He's not going to conjure anything up to wave a wand and do anything. Outside of that, like, people really need to shut up about this young man. You know what I'm saying? They need to cool out because he's doing things in the community. And there has been nobody that actually has said that he's actually done anything wrong. You, you know what I'm
Well,
saying?
go ahead,
Well,
Nisha.
what I'm saying in regards
Well, I will
to the
say this
inform
because
in
people
regards
get
to the
on him because
I
of
haven't heard
people like
anything.
Dr. Sabi, but I will say that even Dr. Sabi gets a bad rap. What he was wrong about doesn't compare to the points that he was right about. And
Exactly.
it will help you if you just take out the stuff that he was wrong about. He was just wrong. He was the beginning of that. The progenitors are
Mm.
usually always wrong about something.
Mm-hmm.
Even your precious Darwin, which he's wrong about it all, but
Mm.
but it is. But
That's all I'm saying.
was wrong about some stuff, and then
Yeah,
they
that's
correct.
all I'm saying. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, sisters. Like, I mean, I don't get into the digging in and finding the little thing wrong, because I'm pretty sure that, when you assume something, you make an ass out of you and me. And when
Ooh.
you point fingers, there's three fingers pointing back. So I don't think anybody at this point in time that's melanated can actually say that they haven't did anything that might be questioned in their life. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. But like, in regards to Dr. Sabi, like, I knew Dr. Sabi personally because he was in LA where I was at. And I knew the guy, man. I mean, he was an elder, so I was amongst all the elders, man. I used to sit there, we used to sit down and have conversation. Like me, I didn't even know Dr. Sabi was doing all that. He would just sit down, he'd come over, talk to us, and he'd just sit back and chill. And he'd be say, what's the color of that? I say, yeah, he in there. So he'd go talk to the other elder. They sit there and build. He get what he need to get, and he smash. I didn't even know he was doing all that because he never advertised it. But the thing is what Dr. Sabi, and I ain't gonna tell you what his main ingredient was because I know what it is. But at the end of the day, it was, like, people like that, and that's an example of people like Dr. Ali and Dr. Sabi's, sons and stuff like that. Like, these people that are actually trying to help and heal the people and take the information that goes way back. This is something
Anton, you
that's
know
not
what?
being
I think
reinvented. You know what I mean?
Anton, to your point, because I do understand what you're saying, but I do want to push back a little bit, right? I think
Okay.
oftentimes we I think are sometimes conditioned to idolize people if we feel
Right.
like they
Right.
are more intelligent or maybe more articulate or more maybe so what we do is we can put people on a platter, and I'm not talking about Ali in particular, I'm saying in general, right? But I feel like it is so important to always ask questions. I think it's important to always push what might be the general consensus, because just like I think Dulcie mentions and we always talk about, right? Isn't that what science is about? It's about finding that 0.%, finding out, testing more, updating our software, so to speak, right? So, but I think what you're speaking to is it's a way to do it, you know. So
And y'all
while
did, and
I
y'all was splendid. I'm telling you, y'all was splendid. You gotta check. You
thank you.
gotta check. Like we say, excuse my language. We check nuts, right? We check them at the door. You know what I'm saying? If you looking a certain type of way, your vibe is off. Then outside of that, you know what I'm saying? It's womp 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 from here. I mean, but that's why I was using Dr. Sabi. Dulcinea brought Dr. Sabi. Dr. Sabi, I followed the elders. The elders, man, he came in and sat down. He said, sit down. They was talking crazy to him. We was slapping dominoes and stuff like that. They treat him like somebody regular. They didn't hold him to some type of, you know, lesser God. You're gonna put on the shoulders. You know what I'm saying? This was somebody that was doing what he was doing, and that's how I learned. It's like you don't hold no man higher than yourself. What you do is you check him at the door and make sure that he's right. And you guys do a great job of that. That's all I'm saying. But it was more just the people in the chat that were just going out of their way. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Because you're not just disturbing Ali, you're disturbing the women too. That's on you guys that's on the panel trying to build with this guy. You guys are sitting there interviewing him, asking him questions, seeing if he's qualified. Of course, you don't agree with everything, but we want to see if this is where we is. I mean, this is I call this the platform of check him at the door. Let's see if he all right. Let's see if we're gonna give him a plate. Let's see if he can sit on the couch, or
I
we
like
gonna
that.
make
I
him
like
sit
that
on the
analogy.
porch. We're gonna
I
make
like
him
that.
sit on the porch, or
I do too.
have a nice
I like that.
day. Have a nice day.
Where you come
That's
from,
right.
Sister Freedom?
Yeah, I was like, what part you didn't
Hey, I
hear? What
woke her
part were
up.
you awake
She
for,
heard
Sister Freedom?
she heard my
I listen.
voice.
I've been listening. What do you mean?
Freedom heard my voice. She was like, all right,
She heard
there you
she
go.
heard Anson voice, so she
Yeah, yeah. She said, Coach ain't
no, but
gonna
I
say
was
nothing
saying that
crazy.
there's a way to do there's a way, like you said, so there's a way to do it, right? And sometimes I think that people kind of forget that. And that's why when we were talking about this before, I say the question is like, who's the gatekeeper of this information?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like sometimes I hear the messaging as if you're not supposed to question what's already out there, but that goes directly against the foundational principles of what science is supposed to be about. You're supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to, you know, experiment. You're supposed to update the software, so to speak. That's what you're supposed to do, right? But oftentimes, like you said, what begins to happen is that because of the disagreement, instead of communicating or translating it so that the conversation can actually be somewhat beneficial, it becomes a pissing contest, right? It becomes who, right, like who has the heavier balls, so to speak, right? Who can piss the furthest, and it does a disservice. So I just wanted to say that. That's all.
Yeah, and then when OTK and Truth came in, see, he was able to shift. The two strong brothers came in, questioned him, and said what they said. He sat back, listened to the information, and some things he didn't know. And then he laughed when Truth said what he said, and he agreed. He said, "Thank you." He like, this is what I'm talking about. He not sitting over here trying to see who things slanging the longest. You know what I'm saying? That. Those are the things that I like about him. Those are things I like about him because he can be assholish if he wanted to, but he knows that's not going to get him anywhere. And obviously, that's just based on his experience and his mentality. You know what I mean? So that's just the one thing. But as you guys, what you guys do, like you guys did to me, you know what I'm saying, is that we don't know who you are. So what do you know? And we gonna hit you hard. We gonna see if you know what I'm saying. You can stand on your own 10 toes. You got a spine. If not, you know what I'm saying. You need to, about face out of here. But you know, but you know what I mean, obviously some of the things that, you know, like from the way I look at things, nobody's ever going to agree, you know, because, you know, it takes time for everybody to get on the same page, you know. But I just want to kind of give some before y'all left. I was sitting there, I was been waiting a lot because I was actually rewinded a lot back. I was like about maybe 15, 20 minutes back. So when I moved forward, he was already gone because I was going to holler at him. But, you know, and I would just say this to Dulcinea, right? So like me, I'm a debater. Like I debate, but I debate in person. And I'm gonna tell you about some type of tricks, right? I pick people out. You know, I'm a good observer. I'm a good observer of body language, motions, words, tones, things like that. I know when people are trying to put me to sleep. I know when somebody's trying to entice me. I know I know those type of things. And the one thing I would say is this, is that make sure, right? Because I'm a master chess player. Make sure that you already know your moves. Because one thing that she does is try to get you off tilt. She gonna say all nice things to you. She gonna say all those different things too. She gonna take you off tilt. And I'm telling you, she is intimidated. Now, one thing I would say about
What?
you, what I noticed, she's intimidated by you. Trust me.
Oh,
Dulcinea, she's
oh,
intimidated by Dulcinea.
oh.
Dulcinea is very forceful. And that right there, how she comes, could lose her the debate. And that's all I'm gonna say. So you gotta be like water. You gotta be able to maneuver, you gotta be able to adjust. And you gotta pay attention to your opponent. Cause she's good.
Really?
Napa is good. She's
I
good.
don't know why everybody said I don't see that shit.
No, I
I'm
hear what
with
you're
my
saying. No, I know it, I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you what she's good at. I just told you what she's good at. And that's what she's good at.
and I
Debating,
understand as
I
far
don't know.
but she is giving some of her hand of what she's gonna come with or anything. So I think I would just have my plan, like you said, know where I'm gonna
Hmm.
hit, go from there, not get faltered, but also know that where I'm gonna hit, like she can't deter me from hitting from that angle. Like you can't just say, "Oh, this isn't a part of the discussion," because it's all a part of the discussion. And I know she would want us to just stick on science and the classification, but history comes into this discussion.
Exactly. And and
Sachi,
and
excuse
and,
me,
and
real quickly. Hold on. Sachi,
uh,
love you, bro. We love you, bro. But chill with that. She's not a bitch. Don't say that.
And that's not French either,
That's
so
not cool. She's not a bitch.
that's not French either.
nah, 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 we not doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? Like what people do in their own private life is their business. And we need to stay out of people's business. And I know I would say this a different way. He calling her that. What I would say is this. She tries to trigger people.
You
And
can be
she
grown, but you don't have to do it like that. You can be grown, but you don't got to be like that.
Yeah, you ain't got to be like that. But that's why I was just letting Dulcinea know. But you know, I think Dulcinea, you was seeing me when I was over there on Sanetta's channel, and I was putting things in the chat, and I was saying, "Don't bite, don't bite." I was kind of saying because she was trying to get you to say something. You know what I mean? And
She did. And I didn't
yeah, that's what
think
I'm
that shit
saying.
at all.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I
Yeah,
got you, Nisha, I got you. But that's
yeah.
I
So yeah, I
understood or
saw Nisha
anything,
up
and
in there.
I saw when I tried to bite back when I tried to get information. Sonetta was like, no,
Hmm.
no, no.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Let's
You see
move
what
on
you
from
already
there.
see what it is.
But no,
You
it's
already see
all
what it
good
is.
because I definitely want her to come with it. I want her to come with all the information in it, and I definitely don't want it to become a well, you're arguing creationism or anything like that. I want her to stick on the information, come with the science, because I'm gonna come with some science. So
Yeah, I mean, but that's why you're gonna win because nothing she talks about it has to do with science. It has to do with feelings, and you're gonna hear it a bunch of times. So that's why when you do that, that's where you got to sticker with it. You gotta hear those key words. We're not talking about feelings. We're talking about what you know and how you can prove it. You see what I'm saying? That's the key. You can't get you don't get in the feelings. You know, but they're gonna take your aggressiveness and use it against you. It's called salat. They're gonna try to take that and rub it off and spin off you. But that's where you gotta stay where you at. Be you, but just watch but watch that. Don't let that get you off tilt because that's what it's gonna go to. That's where she goes. Especially when she gets in a position where she's losing. She's gonna reverse that on you. So you gotta be ready for that. I'm just giving you some strategy. I ain't even talking about no science. I ain't no science person, but you know what I mean. But yeah,
Anisha, what
that's
were you
it.
gonna
That's it.
say?
I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was saying your song.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, Nisha. You know what I'm saying? I saw you in the chat too, but it's I know exactly what you're talking about. But my thing is, I'm not going, downgrade anybody. But I just know that debating is one thing. You know what I'm saying? What she does is it's not debating. So I'll tell you that much. But yeah, y'all sisters have a good night. I ain't keeping y'all. I just wanted to come in and kind of tone it down a little bit. I had to say that I was kind of discouraged about how people just be hating on our own people. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Thank
You
you.
too. Good night.
All right, ladies.
Is this kip in a kip in the box? I don't even know what you're debating. If the question is, are we primates? You said Dulcinea cannot win this debate, even if she's able to show there's a difference in people with different levels of melanin and that we do not share a common ancestor. What does people with different levels of melanin have to do with anything? The question is, are we primates?
They don't know. Don't worry about that. And that bamboo,
Okay, and that's the question. Why? Why do they classify us as primates?
Yeah, Sachi, nobody was trying to sun you, okay? So just stop. No need to get in your feelings. Nobody was trying to sun you. Just it wasn't necessary to call her, honey. That's it, that's all. We don't try to control what I say, but just be respectful. That's it, that's all.
I shot him already. Sorry, Lolita. He probably didn't. I don't think none of them do. There's all these likes that are missing. They come watch the show. I'm like, y'all just in there to cause confusion and talk. Kip, did you like it? Did you like the stream? Mr. Metro, did you like the stream? I know at least Marcus did. But some of y'all I question.
All right, y'all. I'm going to bed.
All right. Good night, y'all. Can you close us out? Give us the song.
Right, good, like, bad, or indifference. What does it matter if they're sharing the information? You don't have to like it, but can you just respect it? It takes a lot to get up here sometimes and share stuff with people. That's the whole thing. Whether it's entertainment, education, miseducation, if they this he just sharing it. Sharing is caring. If he's wrong, he's asking y'all to challenge it. He's actually did the work. Whether he's wrong, nobody's questioning him to see if it's wrong. Who did the work to challenge it? So it's funny how we can point fingers. I agree with Anton when he said that. But just saying, y'all, again, it's hard for people to get up here and want to show their face, and everybody don't come up here and show their face. Everybody don't come up here and ask a question. Freedom has been a song. She's a songstress. It wasn't hard for her to go. It wasn't easy for her to go on stage and sing. especially with the artist she sung with. It's not easy to do stuff like that. So when people come out here and do that and y'all shame them like that, that's not easy. So we really need to think about that sometimes when people, you calling them pseudo and talking about them like that. That's not easy, especially when you're not the one up here. Maybe sometimes you should come up here and try to speak your mind and then look down in the chat and see what people say about you.
Facts. And then there's people that they have the echo chamber. They don't have to come here. They have the people surrounding them that'll say, yes, all your information is correct. You're 100%. I don't question anything. They have platforms of people like that. And then they come over here and they know that we're not going to be like that. They know we're going to question. We're going to be contentious to some of the information, and they just go with it and give us the information. Oh, they source up. That's all you can ask for. People that are like going to be open to it, ask them questions, and then they're going to source up the information. That's what this channel is.
Right, Sachi, you'll be okay, because it's like we ain't there's nobody telling you our son. We just asking you to be good. We asking you. We ain't told you nothing. We asking you. Just
Right. There's
just,
a certain way to be around, to say around women and different things. We understand what you was trying to say, but you ain't have to call her a bitch or anything. It's all that's being said.
This is asking you to do something. It's easier to ask you. You can ask me anything. I have a problem if you call yourself telling me something too. That's why I'm gonna ask you to do something. We family around here. We gonna ask each other. It's called respect.
And no, we do not think this is HOK. So I don't know what he's talking about. This is something different. Honey bun.
Oh yeah, he's saying the other people in the chat be acting like this is HOK. This is Scrambled Minds.
Exactly. This is not that. But even then, over there, we trying to practice, respect. At least it is when it comes to me. Y'all know.
Yeah, absolutely. To all of us. That's why we ask the questions we ask, and we do it the way we do, because we're not trying to disrespect anybody, but we definitely don't go along to get along with each other unless known again.
Yeah, so it's just about the respect. Let's just keep it on that level. Let's just keep it on that level. That's why we rock with y'all, because we love y'all like that.
But you know what also is ill is, I also want to add to what you were saying, Sakina, and back to that eating the chicken spit the bone type analogy. It truthfully, Ali wasn't even trying. His thing is how I always say, find your tribe. I saw on his flyer, I think part of their thing is I saw tribe in it, and to me that's a powerful word, right? Because I don't think that, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that necessarily that Ali was trying to make this for everyone either, right? It doesn't have to be for everyone. It doesn't have to be, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at least he's doing something, because I always say, and this is one of like my Achilles heels, right? This is the thing that really irritates my soul, is when we throw dirt, when I hear some of us throw dirt on our ancestors' names, right? So like when we were talking about Dr. Sebi, for example, and something that I'll hear mentioned is, oh yeah, Dr. Sebi, so he killed X amount of people, or so I know so and so someone who passed away. And I'm saying to myself, and I think immediately, and I'm like, well, what about all of the medical malpractice suits that these these white doctors, white scientists, these systemic types of things have? How many medical malpractice suits do we have in the United States? How many times have medical doctors been incorrect? How many times have pharmaceutical drugs that are co-signed by medical doctors actually done more harm than did good? So it's on. Listen, find your lane, find your tribe. It don't have to be for you. A lot of the things that Ali said or what have you, especially when it comes to sickle cell, I have a different opinion, and I believe differently. But so what? It's part of the conversation. Moving right along. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So at least he's doing something. At least, say what you will about a Marcus Garvey. Say what you will about a Harriet Tubman. Say what you will about a Dr. Sabi. Say what you will about a Sinetta or an Ali or a whatever, unscripted line. We're doing something other than talking. He's doing something other than running his mouth, right? So
Exactly.
find your lane, y'all. Find your tribe. It ain't got to be for you, but maybe it's for someone else.
But
And
even
what are you doing?
and more so when you can go into it, right? Because remember, when we get into it, we going into it because it's not like we don't know nothing. We know something, and we're asking the questions that they want to ask or don't want to ask, but want to know. You see, and that's when I want. That's when I go because it's sickle cell. Again, my friend Trish died of it. Okay, and it's been years, but at the same time, she died from it. And I know you have it. You see what I'm saying? So when we say things and then you say you can just develop it, I need to know why, because I developed asthma and I've had it since 6. So that's 51 years of my life, right? So of course, when we talk about development versus just having it inherited, this means something to me. So of course I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Absolutely.
you know what I'm saying? So I do want to know.
And I want to say too to it, because when it comes to like diseases, like I had a friend that passed away from breast cancer, and she's my age. She has son my age. She actually sent my son some clothes when, because that her son had outgrown, and we would talk all the time. But the thing about it is like even when it's looking good, even when things are going your way, when it comes to these diseases, sometimes they just don't. And I think sometimes even doctors get a bad rep for that. That they did all they could, but sometimes the disease just isn't, you can't fight it. You can't fight back the way it would to prolong for long years and time. So there's a lot of times I think that Dr. Sabi will get a bad rap for that, that sometimes you can't cure the disease.
Right.
But it's about the time that you got in the meantime, the time, the extra allotted time that you were able to cherish a person. And I think sometimes maybe some people should look back on that instead of just blaming Dr. Sabi or anyone for that matter that tried to do what was best to cure someone but couldn't.
Yeah, but if Dr. Sabi would have had the well interviews instead of just talking about the cure, just talking about, nobody went in depth like we do. But let's be and then
Right.
even further more into, not saying that we are the beginning, but let's just say, if he would have, somebody would have went more into it, like explaining it and getting down into it, because even with medication that they bring out and say this is the new for the replacement of that, but the warrant, be careful of this side effects. They don't really get into it telling you this, that, and the other. Maybe they don't think we can handle it, right? And so if we were to get into all of those things and then telling us before so that we would know, because if you're trying to be a naturalist to a degree, I don't want to take a lot of pills if I don't have to. I would rather take, if I could take the herbs, or it would be better for me, right? But I would rather. I think Gemini said having an herbalist doctor as well as my doctor. You see what I'm saying? And those would be two things that work better. And then maybe I could get slowly off medication. But why would I want to take a bunch of 8 pills to get the same magnesium if I could take that one blue lotus that gives me the same thing? Then push the blue lotus.
Right, facts. And then to this, did he do preventions or cure? I say he did both. There were some people that he was able to cure, I think, depending on how far along they were, depending on what the degree of the disease was, and then there were some people he wasn't able to cure. But I think he taught both as far as prevention and different mechanisms for eating, and some of that stuff was definitely good for us, and we should take it. We should take in what he said. Don't take in everything, but take in some of the things that he stood for, because it did cure people.
Right. So these are the things I appreciate. So like I said, I didn't rock with everything, but the information that I did rock with was, priceless. But it's no need to be bashing on nobody, because at the end of the day, I just had a different perspective for him than I did in the beginning. Who went off on you, Belisa?
Probably me.
Oh. Why you go off on him?
No, I think I misunderstood. It was a misunderstanding, sir. It wasn't. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it to heart, baby boy.
Give him some sugar, Nisha.
Nisha, what did you think about the overall of the show? I know you were listening. What did you think?
It was some parts that I didn't agree with, especially about the sickle cell, because I have the trait. So it was okay. It was, I mean, I don't really say too much if I'm really not feeling the whole conversation.
I think Brother La trying to come up. I'm sorry, Nisha.
I pretty much, be quiet. I don't really say too much when it's not of a big interest, and it just, yeah, it was all right. Pretty much all
Would you take the magnesium? I'm gonna take the magnesium. What do you think?
I mean,
you don't think?
I mean, no, it's not that. I don't really, I don't take anything really too much. I don't, and I don't like take medicine. I don't take. I'm not. If I know I need it, then I'm gonna take it. But I'm just not gonna just throw a whole bunch of stuff in my system, regardless of its minerals, whatever, herbs, whatever. Because everybody's body is different, and just because something is good for one, it might not be good for all. So if there's something going on, then I research it and then I see what needs to be taken from there. But just the throw some things in my system, no, I don't do that.
Look at Lolita. She talking. She said, "Not give me some sugar." Yeah, I still say that.
The one thing that we didn't talk about, the one herb that we failed to mention, the one herb that we failed to mention.
I tried to say it when Sister Freedom asked about what could make her they have fun, and I said, "Shit, marijuana."
Oh, I thought.
I was thinking that too when he was saying the blue lotus. He was like, "There's a lot of herbs you can do together to get closer." I was like marijuana. Oh, like let me not. But I saw he had sexual CBD up there, so he already in tune.
I don't know how people be bashing that herb. That's the best herb. Don't be bashing that herb.
That's aphrodisiac. That's the main one.
I'm about to light that herb up right now. Shit.
I already did.
I would have interrupted the conversation with my.
Why didn't you come up, E Bizzle?
Yeah, E. You always talking. You know what, E?
Yeah, even though no, don't come up right now because I know how you like to be. You gotta give everybody cool, like auntie, that's my Auntie Freedom. I call her Auntie Freedom. So I'll be like, oh Lord, if you don't get to your point. He gets the same spill every time. We need to put him on. That's what we need on our soundboard.
Oh,
that's what we need for everybody.
nigga talking.
Peace, brother Lie.
Hey, La, what's up?
Peace. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
You got your belt.
Did I get what?
You got your belt.
I can't hear you, sis.
Yeah, close.
Huh? Hello?
You gotta close your app.
It is closed.
It's because
your mic.
It's echoing.
It's echoing, but
can you hear us?
I think he just left.
Well, let's back,
his belt
well,
off.
back to the more important conversation of the ganja. Let's talk about that herb one time. That ganja. No, real shit though. That, you know.
Yeah, man. It's the best thing.
Nothing wrong with ganja. You got to get some.
Especially for the science of mating. It's the perfect herb.
You can have all those other things in order first, then, because otherwise.
Well, yeah, you gotta have all that other stuff in order for sure. But once that's in order, marijuana is the way to go.
He was like, get your prenups in order, making sure you don't get nobody on the internet bashing you. I'm like, who is you messing with? Shit. He was serious about it. Put it in the contract.
All right, is it better now?
Let me see.
Yeah, it's good now.
We just got him.
I think, or maybe
not. I don't know.
Go ahead,
Lab. We got you. We can hear you.
Okay. No, I actually just caught the tail end of the show. I guess I'm going to have to just catch it sometime tomorrow because her brother was knocked out sleep. How y'all queens doing?
We're fine.
All right. So, Dulcinea, you prepared for this debate?
Yes, I am.
All right. Sister Freedom still up, or she knocked out sleep on the couch?
Probably. You'll hear you. You know, she wakes up periodically. Like I the whole thing.
La, you got some feedback.
I don't know what's going on with this thing, man. I really do. Shut up. The way it said, I got a cheap phone. Yeah, whatever. Let me log off, y'all, because I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to disturb the show.
It's all good. Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it.
So now I can't hear nothing over here.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, Doc was asking some good questions, and Sakina too. Sakina was taking notes.
Yeah, because I don't know much about him at all, honestly. So
but the nigga in the bottle, you know what? Yo, there's a nigga. Yo, that is the fucking best commercial ever. Like that was epic. There's a how we go, Sakina? In every bottle, like there's a nigga in every bottle of melatonin.
And I can't find my bottle of melatonin, so I just had to ask because I'm trying to think
hilarious.
But I can't remember where I put it, so I just had to ask without the bottle. I'm like, my daughter brought me that. I'm like, I'm not taking this. Do you know what's in here? No. She thought I was
You can go online and see the classification. I'm so confused about this debate. Do you think people don't question the classification?
That's what they want for us not to question anything. I'm just saying that's what they don't want us to question nothing. It's in the book. It's law. Don't question it. You a pseudo. You dumb for questioning. You don't even think right. You have no comprehension skills. Come on, we don't supposed to question nothing. Really? Okay.
If you grab your melatonin off the shelf, then all I can say to you is good night.
No, but if melatonin puts niggas in a bottle and stuff like that, what is Benadryl? Because Benadryl. Some said if you have anything to do, you better Benadryl get you 2 minutes. Like, get your shit done.
Yo, that's like legalized heroin or some shit. That shit be having you on a flow.
Right.
Yeah.
Benadryl said you can't sneeze if you knocked down.
My mom used to get the kids them Benadryl, and they be
facts. I be wanting to. I be thinking about it like it'd be wrong.
babysit the kids, and she be like, she'd have all the kids. You know, she wouldn't even mind. I'll have all the kids.
God.
Go get the kids. They be
like,
all
what? They in there taking a nap? Yeah,
right.
Put them to sleep.
And they be, you see them all over the house. They be like,
just knocked out. Oh my god.
Yeah. For real. My kids used to call it sleep time tea. I used to do a Benadryl and they'd be like, I don't want none of that. You know, I know what that is. Yes, Benadryl is something powerful.
JJ will get up on game real quick, like, nah, every time you give me that, I wake up later like, where am I?
Yes, y'all know. Listen, don't come on, cousins in the chat. Stop fronting. Y'all know y'all be giving y'all kids fucking melatonin and Benadryl.
Yes, listen. Cut it out right now.
Y'all better stop.
Right. For real. And stop giving them people. we coming up short all the time. Look here. This is a game. It is not a game. We coming up short in this. I knew it. Robitussin.
No, I feel like that was for any kind of scrap. I feel like every time I fell off my bike, if I had a broken bone, I get some Robitussin.
That's what I thought when they were talking about magnesium. I'm like, what is that? Milk of magnesium? What the hell? That's what I thought when they were talking about 8 kinds. I thought about strong poop. Like, what the hell? Magnesium? Like, what the 8 kinds. No, but I guess
I remember milk of magnesium though.
Right. That's when she said magnesium. I was thinking like, well, hell, wait a minute. This is going to be strong.
Yeah, I just feel like you just got to pay attention to whatever you consume in your body. You really do. Because, you know, bananas are good for some, but if you have kidney disease, then that's very toxic. So some things, some things is good for some, not for all. So just be careful and mindful of what you put in your body.
Yeah, that's true. Because I slipped a question about he was saying something about the liver, and it made me think about jaundice, and I meant to ask that question. I wrote it down, and it slipped my mind.
Yes, when you do have liver problems, jaundice is a factor.
Exactly.
Yeah, it
And
is.
so he was saying something about that, but we started talking about we was going back and forth into the monkey, and so
But you know what? He brought up vitamin D3, and I know vitamin D. Like if you were jaundice, you definitely want to get sun. Like the sun is really
true, but
good for
you
you if you
also
have
need
jaundice.
more than just the sun. You need
But
um
that's why I was saying look into vitamin D3 as well, because that's going to be more of that those properties just given to you.
right.
So
But when Terrence had jaundice, right, it was the reason why they put you under those blue lights, those ultra blue lights, was for the jaundice. But then he also, when I read up on it, there was the blue light from the flash bugs. Remember them old cameras?
yeah,
Right. That's why one of the reasons why they put you in an incubator with the that blue light. And that's one reason. The other one was my mom had a Polaroid, so I used that camera for that. You also could do it with peanut butter, and it was something in the I think it was in soy milk, like he said, and then it was one more thing you could do for jaundice for babies, because my son had it, and he was yellow like a crayon. Um, I forget it was one more thing you could do for jaundice, and but those are the things. But I know you also get it from drinking. People that drink a lot, like alcoholics and whatnot, when they develop it, it's from the liver, and when yeah, their liver is shutting down. They get it in their eyes. Then you start to see it in then later you start to see it in the pigmentation, right? And then sometimes they have to have a X amount of liquor in order to stay alive,
right.
right?
Yeah.
And so that's the side effect for it when you get to an adult stage and have it so bad from drinking. If they stop drinking, it'll kill them. So yeah, jaundice is serious. It's very serious, but I
Yeah, I've
forget.
definitely seen the yellow in the eyes and different
Yeah,
things like that.
yeah, I forget how, but it do change the skin tone. I know those two stages in the elder and in the babies, but I forget the state what I had to do for my son, because my son damn near like 36, 37. So I forget, but it's been a while. But I remember those three things for sure. I just don't remember the other one. But right, but it's supposed to come out in a poop. And that's how they get rid of it. It comes out in a poop. And then that's what happens, because it's something that don't come out in a poop. And that's what he was talking about when he was talking about it. It's something that don't come out in a poop, because when you know that's what happened to him when I was in labor with him. I was in labor for a long time, and he pooped in a bag, and then he swallowed some, and that's how he ended up with jaundice. And it has to come out in their poop, but it has to go through the whole process through the kidneys and all this other whatever, so it can come out of him. And that's what's wrong with them. But when they it backs up inside of your own kidney or whatever, and then that's when you have problems, and that's your jaundice. That's how you get it as older, when your kidneys and whatnot shut down. I'm just trying to find out what he said when I think I wrote it down. But either way it go, that's what I'm just trying to. That's the only thing I was trying to point out, whether he was talking about on that, because that made a big point when he was talking about that. So he hit a lot of stuff. He hit a lot of stuff that was interesting.
Yeah, he did. And we definitely had to get him back. I wanted to talk to his wives and stuff too. I think that would be very interesting for us. I'm into that stuff too. And I know next time I definitely want a doula. Since I would rather go the natural route anyways. Everyone I've heard of the epidural, they have bad stories, they're back. So
I want to try to stay natural.
Yes, potassium is harmful. They try to tell you that it's good for you, but it actually builds a hard crust around your heart, a hard wall around your heart. But they tell you need potassium, or you need something to lower your potassium. But the pill or whatever that you take for potassium builds a hard crust or something around your heart. Y'all gotta pay attention to some of this stuff y'all be taking. Really pay attention to some of that because it makes no sense. They'll tell you protein levels are high or some to this effect, and then they tell you pee in crystals and gallstones, and then you find out it's not gallstones, it's something else. Did that make sense? So they're giving
Of
people
course.
surgeries. They're
Mm.
giving people surgeries for no reason. And then you find out, and then you find out that that wasn't it. It ended up being something else.
You know how nowadays a lot of women are being diagnosed with like different types of like cervical cancers and
Oh,
like a lot of women of color especially deal with fibroids, and gallstones, like you said, kidney stones and stuff like that.
mm-hmm.
And, you know, interesting. I know when my mom was going through her cancer treatment, and you know how like now, um, you can get genetic testing to see like if you're quote unquote predisposed to cancer, like if it's in your family line or what have you. And of course, it came back negative. So that's interesting. But interestingly enough, the solution, what they were pushing, right, is for the type of cervical cancer or cancer that my mom had that she was diagnosed with. Of course, it metastasized really fast, but they were saying like, oh, pretty much what we do is take the womb, give women hysterectomies. Now, my mom at that time was over 60, so she was, she had no interest in having more children, past childbearing age or what have you. So she didn't mind. But I remember really, really being annoyed because I'm like, Ma, why are you letting them do that? And I find it so interesting because so many of us, of women in particular, that either I know personally or know of, they've had hysterectomies and they're not
Yeah,
even 50 yet because that's what the medical science now is saying to do if you're diagnosed with the type of cancer cervically near her uterus that my mom was diagnosed with. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I had asked the question initially about Henrietta Lack because it's all intertwined. So there's definitely room always for conversation, and there's definitely room more for um, pushing back against the general consensus. And I know I don't mean to repeat myself, right? But it's like, who owns this information? Who's the gatekeepers of this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really, really fighting over when you think about it? But I also think about my younger sisters that are in childbearing age, right? That either have or dealing with kidney stones, gallstones, things of that nature that they're being diagnosed with, right? And when they go oftentimes to the doctors, a lot of problems begin to arise in the womb because when they do surgery like that, even though it may not be invasive per se, it's still you're still playing with your body parts. You know what I'm saying? And I know that just historically, especially like in the medical field, when it comes to us, right, we should be questioning every damn thing. We should always have that third eye open, like, why? So when we talk about the body farming, because at one time, think about it, y'all, 10 plus years ago, if anybody ever mentioned anything about organ harvesting or kidnap, people would have called them pseudo back then. They'd have been like, y'all lying. That sounds crazy as fuck. When people were saying that alien story, oh, y'all bugging, right? That never happened. Y'all crazy. And now Congress had a whole, I'm sure y'all know about that, right? Like, and so now the government is sort of officially saying, okay, yeah. We can acknowledge that there is life. So I guess the basic point that I'm trying to make is we should all be questioning shit. Okay, we should all be put. And I think that is what the larger conversation should always be about. instead of being sheeple, you know?
And you're right about it. Because I know a few people that under between 50 and at least 60 that didn't have, no, they ain't even 50, between like maybe 35 and 50, about 35 and 60, didn't had hysterectomies.
Right. That's crazy.
That is
It's ill.
crazy, and it's
Yeah.
all for different reasons, and not even cancer, but for different kind of crazy reasons. And the first thing they'll say is you need a hysterectomy. So that is crazy.
That's right. And what are they doing with that? What are they doing? What are they doing with all of the hysterectomies that they're taking out of? And it's mostly women of color that are being diagnosed with specifically these types of cancers. The one that my mom was. It's crazy when you think about it. It's like, what are you doing with all these parts? And why are there almost okay, so my mom went to some Mount Sinai, which is in Manhattan here in New York or whatever, right? Mount Sinai. I had her transferred to another hospital, but they get hundreds of millions of dollars every year from grants, right, around cancer research, and that is what they're pushing. That shit is sick when you think about it, right? What is the bigger picture? Why is that? Why is that being pushed, right, as a potential problem solution to this problem of certain cancers forming? No, something's off with that.
Thank
Something's
you. Good
wrong.
night, Brazilian mom.
You know? Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm jumping down, y'all. I love y'all to pieces.
Wow.
Okay. I love y'all to pieces. Great
Love you too,
conversation.
guys.
All right.
Lolita, good night.
Good night.
I'm
Good night,
sorry about
y'all.
that, Lolita. Good night, Diva. Because her mom was 28. See what I'm saying? This is sad when they doing this to us for no reason. So that is something we might have to look into so we can hold that for a conversation, y'all. You know, because once it happens to one of us, you know, just like when they were saying congestive heart failure, and the next thing you know, every time you turn around, somebody had congestive heart failure. You know,
So that congestive heart failure
That's what
really,
my mom died of.
if you get that, if you get congestive heart failure really looked at, like get about 2 or 3 different uh doctors, and the bottom line is going to be something wrong with your kidneys.
right? But my thing is how it became like a big epidemic. Like when you heard of it, if you heard one person have it, the next thing you know, you kept hearing it over and over again from different people. Like they were just diagnosing people.
And that's what they was doing.
Exactly. So this is something we need to talk about. Like when you heard one person say that they had because it was congestive heart failure, it was um something else that they were saying, like sleep apnea. Do you remember that? When they were saying everybody was having everybody was getting diagnosed with sleep apnea, sleep insomnia. Sleep insomnia. Everybody was on sleep insomnia, having to have those machines to go to sleep in order to saying they was dying and they sleeping. And you know what I'm saying? Stop breathing and they sleep. It was
Right.
diagnosing everybody with it. Everybody was getting diagnosed with it. So they had to have a CPAP machine, or I think that's what it's called, a CPAP machine to go to sleep.
That's
Right. So it's like every time you turn around, if one person got it, everybody got it.
And I bet you that was super expensive for them, and their insurance only covered like half of it, if that.
You see, and so right, and then you can't get all the. I know somebody that said they couldn't get all the material to clean it and keep it clean, and you know they had to buy some of their supplies.
Wow. E
Yeah,
Bizzle was really shook about this. What did y'all think when he said women can still have babies at 50?
scared. Fear and trembling.
So that has been a new trend though. Like a lot of women are older. and having kids. Like
Them
older.
babies coming out looking old.
No, not.
Yes, he is. Them children coming
Not
out
all
looking like
these
children.
babies.
Them babies ain't coming out looking like babies. Them babies coming out looking like children.
Benjamin Button, they aging backwards.
Yeah, them babies coming out looking 5. Them babies coming out looking.
They already
5.
concerned. They already contemplating life.
Them babies come out looking like children. Don't nobody.
What you think, Nisha?
Man, no, I don't think that's fair for the child because you're not going to have that time with your parents, and I think that's unfair, and I think it's selfish to have a child in your late 40s, early 50s if you still can. I think that's selfish.
It is. You too old to play patty cake. You know, your hands got arthritis in them. You can't hardly play.
You can't pick them up. You drop them. You so messed up.
Your titty just gonna fall on their face, and you ain't got enough strength to hold it.
No, but I think it depends. Like the judge. I can't think of her name, but it wasn't like the paternity court or the other one. It was like another one that she was. She's a light-skinned girl. She's with Kenny Lattimore, I think, the R&B singer. So she was like 45 for their first, but she's relatively healthy.
Okay, but listen here. She might be healthy, but when she get 55, 65, and her baby 15, they're gonna be like, your grandma here, and she's gonna be like,
your grandma's here to pick you up.
Your grandma at the door, you're like, that's my mama, fool, before I punch you, shut up. You're gonna be like, see, this is not that anymore. I don't know. I guess to each his own.
No, I understand.
She said menopause babies.
Flash baby.
Gonna go ahead. That's my last chance.
Wrong. Extension said, "Old baby born with bad knees."
This is my last shot, baby, right here.
The baby already knows when it's gonna rain.
Believe what I'm saying. I got old parents, and they used to think they was my grandparents.
No, what's his name? DC Young Fly. He has super old parents. Like, I don't even know. DC Young Fly. Like, they had all their babies when they were younger, and then they just end up having him. Like, I think he said his dad was like 61. His mom was older, like in her 50s or whatever. But it's like someone said, because his brother's so old, someone said, you have a grandbrother.
I know he tired of eating oatmeal every day. Like, we still eating oatmeal. Why we can't eat cereal like all the other kids? Because you don't know healthy like I know healthy. I can't.
Yeah, that's right. Janet Jackson was 50 years old. So she's going to be 68 when he graduates.
That's the only one she kept.
She don't care nothing about that damn boy.
That's the only one she kept. Control.
She be nonchalant all the damn time.
I can't. Not Janet Jackson.
Yeah, Janet Jackson.
Miss Jackson, if you nasty. I cannot. We is really doing the most. Ain't nobody.
Right, so Bizzle, if you popped out with another one, how you gonna feel?
Old,
having a baby.
Right.
Hell no.
You're gonna be having kids with your kids.
I've seen that too. The brother and sister be grown, they having another kid. Like, nah.
Yeah. You be having kids with your kids. You and your son coming out the doctor's office next door to each other talking about something. Y'all pregnant. You got the mama pregnant and his wife pregnant too. Now you got a brother and a grandson the same age. Your son and your grandson the same age. They be like, you got twins? Be like, no, that's my son and my grandson.
No, that's how people used to have uncles, though. They used to be like, I got an uncle that's two. What?
Yeah, real, and you said
Not my uncle being two.
She said that's rich folk stuff. Yes, it is. I don't
Right,
know what kind of
that's
stuff
true.
that is. That
You
is
got to say,
ridiculous.
yes, sir.
To the 2-year-old. Get in there and get your damn uncle from climbing on the table. Don't you hit your uncle. They be like, why are you calling that baby uncle? Because he is. That is my uncle. Shut up. You know, kids don't care.
Yeah, they don't.
I gotta take my auntie to the store, and she come outside. She ain't nothing but 3. You be like, where your auntie at? Like, here she go. Here she go right here. This little girl, like, yeah. I gotta watch my auntie tonight.
Right. I can't go. I can't go with you guys. I gotta babysit my auntie. He'll be like, what's wrong with her?
She full.
What?
That's called the parent trap. Now, what you doing chilling with my auntie? Oh, I'm coming through. Okay, then. Like, who's this little girl running through your house like that? Oh, that's my auntie. Oh, my God. Y'all is fun tea. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, it's time for bed, y'all.
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you guys for tuning in and staying up with us.
And for these good ass jokes.
Right. We know we was cracking y'all up for a good minute. Y'all gonna go in. This is my baby auntie.
All right. Y'all be keeping us laughing. Whew. Y'all are the best. We love y'all. Thank y'all for coming out and sharing y'all time with us. Especially you, Lolita. You a mess.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Lolita. You rock with us. We really appreciate you.
Yes, you have fun. Drink a drink for me. I don't know what cocktail you're gonna drink. A margarita. Make it have tequila. What time is it in Mexico?
Excuse me. Damn amnesia. Yawning is catchy. Don't do that no more.
Good night, y'all.